Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to take a look at a new game, Slay the Princess. So I know very little about this game. This isn't the last game I received at Christmas, but this is the last game I received from the person that also bought me Red Dead 2 and Nier Automata. So this has been on the list for a while to take a look at. I do have some concerns about the game. I feel like the premise of the game, Slay the Princess, seems less than gentlemanly. But the game has been very well... Goodness me. Well then. The game has been very well praised. So, there's that. One thing I definitely should lead with is this game does come with a long list of content warnings. Which, if I can find it, I did actually... Actually, do you know what? Thinking about it, why don't I just show you the... I was going to read the list of content warnings out, but since I have the browser set up, I may as well show you. So, Slay the Princess content warnings. Bear with me 1 second, just browsing. There we go. So, content warnings. Mild nudity, realistic depictions of mutilations, disembowelment, realistic depictions of knife wounds, loss of self, cosmic horror, existential horror, being eaten alive, disembowelment, I think they said that above, didn't they? Suffocation, realistic depictions of acid burns, realistic gore, jump scares, derealization, forced suicide, loss of bodily autonomy, starvation, unreality, body horror, forced self-mutilation, forced suicide, realistic depictions of graphic violence, self-degloving. I don't even know what that is, which isn't a very good sign, but I'm sure I'll find out. Realistic flaying, self-immolation, realistic depiction of a bloated corpse, drowning, realistic depictions of burning to death, auditory gore, murder, death, loss of control, verbal abuse, gaslighting, dismemberment, graphic self-decapitation, realistic severed head. So, as you can imagine, I was in two minds about whether I would actually show this one, but I may as well. But do consider yourselves warned. It is, of course, a horror game. I'm going in blind. Well, aside from what we've just seen, I'm going in blind. So, let's get into it. New game. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okie doke.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What makes you think that? Explore. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Explore. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Well, I have problems with that statement. First of all, originally we were just told it will be the end of the world, not that she will be causing the end of the world, which is what this statement seems to imply. And secondly, if she is capable of ending the world single-handedly, well, that just raises a whole series of other questions, doesn't it? And frankly, if she's capable of ending the world and under any circumstances might be willing to do so. Unfortunately, that does tend to slide the scale towards the maybe, I hate to say it, maybe slaying her isn't such a bad idea, because that's an awful risk to take. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Yep. Killing anyone seems kind of bad unless you have a very good reason. Can't someone else do this? That seems irrelevant. I mean, if someone does have to do it, if this is a job that does actually have to be done, which hasn't been established yet, then why wouldn't we do it? Why not make sure it gets done if it does have to be done? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Well, again, I feel like since we seem to have been charged with this duty, I assume we haven't taken it upon ourselves to do this. I'm not sure just backing out is a great idea. We didn't really sign up though. Also, it's lovely to meet you, voice of the hero. I hope you're well today. I don't know. I don't know if we signed up for this or not. As far as I'm aware, aren't we just supposed to be some sort of hero, whatever that means? Hero is a term that is, its meaning has changed a lot throughout time. Certainly if you look at like Greek heroes from mythology, they do not behave in any way like how a modern British person would expect from a hero, and that is got nothing to, or that is not just because standards of how people behave has changed. It's because hero doesn't well, what I'm getting at is it doesn't tell us much, does it? I don't know that we haven't been ordered to do this, for example. Or if we haven't been ordered to do it, I don't know that we haven't. I don't know that we didn't sign up for this. We don't know at this point. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Again, I can't really sympathise with that sentiment. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? I absolutely do not abide by that sentiment. That's not the point. Whether or not it's ethical to kill this person will need to be looked at, but I don't think you should be doing this for a reward. Well, the narrator is the only one who's telling us to do it. Well, I know what you mean. I assume, though, that that this isn't our first experiences in the world. We haven't just suddenly come into being standing in this forest. I would assume that there have been events leading up to this which we as the player are not currently aware of. Therefore, it may not be the case that... Well, I mean, I'd assume the narrator doesn't actually exist in the world. I mean, I suppose there could be a physical narrator, like a Monty Python sketch, someone that's following us around, narrating everything we do. But assuming they're not real, yeah, there's a big open question. How did we get here? Why do we think the things that we apparently think? Yeah, we don't really know about it. Perhaps the narrator will tell us if we keep pestering him. What are the other options? Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Well, that does actually imply that the narrator's real. Sweet. I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Right, silently continue to the cabin is an option. The end of the world, what are you talking about? If we can get more information, then that would be a good idea. Yeah, let's go with the top one. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
I've got my notepad with me here. I'm not sure if you could hear that. So, I'm going to write this. I'm going to write that down. So, end of the world. No more birds, trees, or people. Well, that doesn't actually tell me the things that I most wanted to know, which is, why are we under the impression that this princess is somehow linked to the end of the world? But that is interesting. It's interesting that he says no more birds or no more trees in particular, because it would be... although it would take quite a lot to completely wipe out humanity, again, we don't actually know anything about this world. They say people, perhaps these people aren't human, but assuming they are human, it would take quite a lot to wipe out humanity, but to completely wipe out all tree life, that's an even larger scale of disaster. I mean, that kind of... for all trees to be wiped out suggests to me that that probably means all life on land has been wiped out. I know it doesn't definitely mean that, but what could possibly wipe out every single tree in the world and yet leave anything else on the surface untouched? I suppose some singular cellular life might survive. Telling me what to do implies we were just told by him, and him only, right? It implies we were told by him. Strictly speaking, it doesn't mean it was him only. But I do get your point. In no way does it suggest that anyone else had told us. Yeah, a bit unrealistic really, but I guess we have some time to decide about it until we reach the princess. Well, hopefully. And I mean, if she's chained up like she was in the main menu, then we may have a lot more time than that. Potentially months. We'll have to see. Assuming that we were feeding her and giving her water and whatever else. Taking care of her other needs. Then again, if she is capable of ending the world, would we really have that much time? I mean, if we're dealing with a being here... Again, I'm just thinking about one of the possible branches of possibility, if you will, here. There are other possibilities. If we were to assume that she is actually capable of ending the world single-handedly, and that means no more birds, no more trees, no more people, then that would imply that would it imply that we would have to be quick and take her by surprise? I suppose technically not, because we don't know how long it would take her to do it and via what mechanism. I suppose in theory it would be possible, again, assuming this is some sort of magical being or something, it would be possible for them to be able to make good on that threat, but it would take them long enough to do it that we wouldn't have to be quick about it. But that's what's going through my head. When we actually get close, do we have to have already decided? Do we have to go in and get it done very, very sharpish? Or do we have time to talk to her and hear her opinion? Oh, that's all the information I got. I was kind of assuming that that little triangle meant that when I clicked again, I would get another line of dialogue from the narrator telling me not more. But apparently not. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? A very good question. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Again, we don't know what's led up to this, but I have a lot of sympathy with this. We don't know if the narrator is someone that's physically in the world with us or not, who we're actually having a discussion with. But if we are to believe the narrator is our only source of this intel, that this princess has to die, then that probably would be my position. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Another very, very good point. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Again, that's not isn't quite. That point isn't completely wrong, but I do think it kind of misses the point in the sense that, again, if she is capable of doing this sort of thing and she would do it just because she's upset, perhaps justifiably upset, but just because she's upset, can we risk having her around? If you see what I mean. I mean, I would like to think that if someone in real life somehow had that sort of power in their hands, they could destroy the world, they wouldn't just choose to do it because they were treated poorly. Even if they were treated very poorly, you would like to think they wouldn't do it. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do it? I think this is all the same as before. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Again, I need more information. That is a laudable position to take. Laudable, I mean, don't I? That is a laudable position to take, but is it safe to have a conversation with her? If we're dealing with a being that can end the world, do we have time to speak to her? Like me. The narrator seems to be a voice in our head, I think. Right, well, if the narrator is a voice in our head, then I have other concerns, mostly surrounding our sanity. Seeing how she is chained up, I do think we have more time. Sorry, I'm reading your comments in reverse. I should have been reading them as you wrote them and sent them. Well, again, if this is a being that can apparently end the world whilst chained up, do we have time? Unless they have the ability to create another world, I don't think anyone would just nuke everything because they're a little angry. Well, unfortunately, there probably are a few people, but I would hope the majority would not. Okay, I'm sold. Let's get this over with. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch People a revolution. Yeah, we've seen that before. Right, what will the top do? But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? Oh, if you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back this up? That, I think, is the most important point right now.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
I don't like his tone, frankly. We don't know who he is, and he's getting upset with us when he's made he's made quite a large... he's requested something quite significant from us, shall we say, and when we ask for some evidence, as I say, he gets upset with us. Also, why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? What sort of reasoning is that? So is he implying that we don't actually have any memory before this point? That we don't know how we got here? To be perfectly frank, if I just out of the blue woke up in a forest and then I started hearing a voice in my head telling me that there's a princess in a cabin down a little path ahead of me and I need to kill her, I don't think I would be trusting any of this. I would be pretty convinced that I had gone mad. Frankly. Overthinking again, just kill. Hello, Entor. It's lovely to see you. I think memory erasure is what happened to us. I should actually make a note of that. There is a sign of that. Oh, there are some indications of that, even though the game hasn't said so. So possible memory erasure. Hearing voices. As strange as it may sound, if I was hearing voices, I probably would still be willing to listen to the arguments they made, provided they were actually based in evidence. Like, I would still be very concerned about my sanity, very concerned, but if a valid argument came from a dubious source, I would still consider the argument on its merits, even if I, as I say, had severe concerns where the argument came from. We're not going to do this, right? We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. That depends what evidence is put before us. To be perfectly clear, if no credible evidence is put before me that this princess is dangerous, we will not be slaying them. May not release them though. I know what you mean about saving princesses, but the simple fact of the matter is, if you just randomly found someone chained up, just out of the blue, but I suppose in real life what you'd do is you'd call the police or something, right? But my point is, I think it would be reckless to just release that person without having considered whatsoever how they got there, why they're there, etc. Like, it would... She's clear... If she is chained up, she's clearly the prisoner of someone. How did that happen? What are we actually dealing with here? What are we putting ourselves in the middle of? And most importantly, what is the moral thing to do? I'm saying it could be complicated. Or I'm suggesting it could be complicated. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? Yep. Do we have any new dialogue options here? I don't think so. Yeah, but how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? Then we could arm ourselves with something and try to reason with her. Because to be frank, I don't trust the narrator. I don't trust the narrator either. But as I say, in the very unlikely chance... in the very unlikely eventuality that the narrator is being honest with us, but in a very grumpy way, I don't know if we have time. I mean, my normal instincts would, as you've suggested, would be to speak to her. But if we're dealing with a world-ending being, do we have that luxury? Anyway, but how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics.
I am going to linger on the specifics.
Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you. Who's
we? So you represent a group. This voice apparently in my head represents a group, do you? Just checking to see if there's any new dialogue options. It's a shame the new dialogue options, when they do appear, don't always go to the top. No new dialogue options. Wait, wasn't there an option before where I said, if you don't tell me how she could end the world, I'm not going to do it? I think that's gone. I'm almost tempted to ask this one, do I get some sort of reward for doing this, just to see how the narrator responds? Because that might tell us something about how trustworthy or not they are. Did you try to kill her once already? I have not. Narrator seems to say he represents everyone in the world, but I think he might be a little narcissistic seeing how grumpy he is. Well, let's think about this. Supposing I did ask if there was a reward, what are his likely responses, and what would that tell us? I suppose if he told us we were being selfish and we just need to get the job done and we shouldn't be thinking about rewards, that would either imply he's in a position of extreme power over us, life or death, and therefore doesn't see that he has to give us anything, or that it could imply that he is actually being sincere. If he immediately goes to, "Oh yes, I'll shower you in gold and gems and everything you can imagine," that would be more indicative of someone that's just trying to manipulate us. I highly think he will say we are selfish, but I don't see the harm in asking. Let's see.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
I'm pretty sure he's just manipulating us. Although the "forget it, I'm not doing this" seems like in a way, a reasonable response, there is a danger there is actually someone chained up there. I'm starting to wonder if we had some sort of psychotic breakdown, kidnapped someone who may or may not actually be a princess, and have chained them up in there, and this is the voice in our head telling us to end them. I suppose the question then is, well, what about the memory erasure? Like, were we not in control when we kidnapped this person? Is this a case of automatism? Because if that's the case, why didn't, when we were in this autonomous state, why didn't we kill them then? But I think we're being manipulated. I don't trust them for a minute. I'm starting to come down on it's more likely they're just lying to us, but I have to take very seriously the possibility there is a human chained up ahead of us. Could be manipulating with good intentions though. Also, it's lovely to meet you, Elven Sorcerer. I hope you're well. They could be manipulating with good intentions, but what sort of impression does that give? How can you trust someone who, if we assume they are manipulating us, how can you trust someone that manipulates? To trust someone who manipulates is to pretty much say that you have complete confidence in this individual's judgment, even though they resort to underhand methods to get things done. And even if you're okay with that, what information do we have on this so-called narrator who's apparently a voice in our head? None. We have no way to independently verify anything about them. So I don't think it's unreasonable to take the view that if they're manipulating us, we have to... Well, one, we can't trust anything they say, and while we shouldn't automatically jump to doing the opposite of what they say, clearly we should treat whatever it is they are suggesting we do with the utmost suspicion. But we're completely clueless on what's going on though. I suggest we try all the explore options. It just seems like questions than actually doing anything. That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point. But since we know that some of these options are disappearing as I choose other options, we should probably be selective about which ones we ask first. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job? That's an interesting stylization of a Z. Hello Stray Blaze, it's lovely to meet you. Are you okay with backseating, or would you prefer to play completely blind? I'd prefer to play completely blind. The policy I generally have is if people, if viewers are seeing the game for the first time and they want to play along with me, then that's okay, provided they're blind. Because I don't mind discussing theories and stuff like that, but I prefer not to be spoiled. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
He thinks we're an idiot. He thinks we have... I mean... Yeah, I don't know how to interpret that other than he thinks we're severely mentally handicapped or something. Like, I said before that he was trying to manipulate us, but that's not even doing a good job of manipulation. Like, honestly, who would be fooled by that? Why does he think that? Right. Narrator. Seems to have a very low opinion of our discernment. He likes to overthink a lot. I'm not blind, but I'm not going to spoil anything. He's treating us like a child. Oh, a child was the first thing that popped into my mind, but then I thought, would a child even be fooled by that? I'm not sure a child would. Maybe a very young child, a child that hasn't yet learnt, you know, what the limitations of the real world are. You know, so a child that's actually young enough to really believe in magic. That sort of thing. Maybe they would be fooled by that. In fact, I'm going to add to that. So narrator seems to have a very low opinion of our discernment, or wants us not to trust them. Which I doubt. I can't imagine why on earth they would want to present themselves in a way deliberately so that we don't trust them, but that's the only other thing I can think. But we are quite old, considering how many warnings the game gave. I don't think any child will play this game. I think if we stay here any longer, the princess will have died of old age. I don't think time's advancing that quickly. Why does this voice in our head think we're so mentally incapable? Have they been leading us along for a long time? Successfully? Could that be related to the memory erasure? If... Are we supposed to be heavily drugged or something? And we're just coming round properly? Look at the questions you can ask. Maybe it's a slip of the tongue? Let's ask more questions. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Etc. Okay. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
Who does make the rules?
I have to say I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Okay. I'm not sure that told us very much. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Are we? That's the first time you've mentioned a ticking clock. You said that she is capable of ending the world, and that we need to kill her, but you didn't suggest that this was very imminent. Until now. Wouldn't you have led with that, if it were true? Or is all my questioning backing you into a corner, and so now you're trying to manipulate me more? Ticking clock. Noted. So you can gather information if killing bothers you so much. Killing someone seems bad though, doesn't it? Well, it depends on what other options you have.
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
Well, thank you. That answers a question we've been wondering about a long time. Doesn't necessarily mean I believe you, but you have given us an answer. So, she's locked up because she's dangerous. Alright. I don't think I can ask this, but I would have a question I would put to the narrator at this point. If she's locked up, someone put her there. Clearly, she didn't lock herself up. So, why, if she's there because she's dangerous, why did the person that locked her up not just kill her instead? Why did someone go to the effort of locking her up when they could have just killed her? If that is the if killing her is the only way. And how did they do it safely? Again, we don't know exactly how this ending of the world is going to come about. But if she's been locked up, that implies it is safe to be close to her. At least for short periods of time. So that actually addresses the issue of whether we can have a word with her. It strongly suggests it won't be dangerous to go in there and speak to her. Doesn't prove it. We could be dealing with like a siren situation where the person that locked her up was actually deaf and therefore immune to her powers. But again, if that were the case, why didn't they just kill her? Oh, there is a question about that.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Oh yes, go on.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end. I suppose I'm meant to infer from that if she doesn't leave the cabin, the world won't end. Although he didn't actually say that. Okay. So, if the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end. Am I supposed to believe she spent her entire life since birth in this cabin? I doubt it. So presumably she was outside the cabin before she was imprisoned there, and the world didn't end then, so what's changed? Oh, I think I see what he's trying to say. When he says causality doesn't matter, what he really means is, the order of events. Whether she was dangerous so she was locked up, or she's locked up and that has made her dangerous. Either way, it doesn't matter. But that assumes I believe you.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
So you say.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Oh, it's a job now, is it? I'm making a note of that. Job. To slay. So, what am I, an assassin? Is that my occupation? Or are you just being a bit flippant with your terminology there? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll go with that. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
That's unfair. The idea that the aristocracy and royalty never used to contribute to society, that's just not true. I take your point that I shouldn't be giving her special treatment because she's a princess, but equally I shouldn't just be killing a woman because a voice in my head told me to. Now we know about how he feels about monarchs. Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Yeah, let's try. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Oh yeah, the British perspective. Nobility must have been there for a good reason at some point. I'm just saying they served a role in society. The state wouldn't have run without them, or at least it would have had to have been engineered very differently. Anyway, have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Am I supposed to take from this that he doesn't actually know who I am? Or is this just more manipulation? Forget it, I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Uh-huh. Okay, so now we actually need to make a choice. A choice that will matter. I'm not suggesting that if you make any specific individual noble, then they will be a better person. Again, I'm just making the point that the nobles had duties. They had, and to an extent still do, had duties that they were fulfilling, and that they were useful contributors to society. So, what are our options? Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's so bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Or, okay, fine, I'll go to the cabin. Or, okay, I'm sold, let's get this over with. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Silently continue to the cabin, I'll turn around and leave. Yeah, let's go with the top one. Look, I'll go to the cabin. I don't like that look at the start, that's quite confrontational. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything till I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Uh-huh. So you aren't under the impression that A, she could severely injure me or kill me while I'm speaking to her. She doesn't have those sort of abilities. And B, you don't seem to be under the impression that she has any special powers of perception altering or opinion changing beyond just her words. So I take your point, but honestly I'm not that worried. She deserves to, as the potential victim here, she deserves to have at least as much say as you have had, Mr. Voice in my head.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
We'll see.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Anybody can be corrupt, Entor. Anybody. But being noble doesn't make you corrupt. Is there anything else that I can click on here?
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Interesting. Oh, it's you, voice of the hero. So I assume that's supposed to be my character's voice? That sounded awfully like the narrator, though.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. No, I can't click on things in the world. Proceed into the cabin, then, I guess. Am I absolutely certain about that? It's an interesting art style, isn't it? It looks all pencil drawn, but I think this probably was actually done digitally. Could be wrong. You could alter for. I am also voiced by the same person. There aren't many people that have the exact same voice. I mean, I suppose twins will have extremely similar voices. I think it's fair to say that this narrator probably is actually a voice in my head, as opposed to anything else, which again brings my sanity into question. Fun fact, everything is pencil drawn. Oh, this was actually drawn in pencil then. So all the wiggling that's going on here, presumably that's post-processing then? Because I mean, the way they make it look, it's as though they drew the same thing over and over again, and then just like looped it. But I don't think that is what's happened, because there's things like the lines that they've put in here to do the shading, and you would not get those lines so exact a second time round. And you wouldn't want to either. Unfortunately, you can't click on the screen, even for secrets, just the options. The princess will convince you to close the game, thus ending their world. Wiggling his layers. By layers, I assume you mean... again, that would have been... If this was pencil drawn originally, then presumably this was then imported into some digital software for image manipulation. I think there are some post-process where you can do that rather easily. I've seen people do that. Oh, okay. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
So this was pre-planned then. We've already been told that she's under the cabin, so the fact that this place is so bare isn't surprising. But the dust is surprising. I mean, I assume people must have been going in and out of here to feed her. I suppose in theory, if she'd only been placed in here like today or something, and this place had been abandoned up till then, you'd see the same thing. But then there wouldn't be dust on the blade. Is the blade dusty? Well, I'm assuming the blade was also placed there around the same time she was placed there. I suppose in theory the blade could have been there longer. If you have a look at the stars, they also move. So it's a very lazy job.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why? What do you mean by do this right? Judging by the fact that the voice of the hero was a male voice, I assume I'm a reasonably physically capable man, and if this is a chained up woman, I would assume that the blade wouldn't be strictly necessary. So what do you mean by do this right? You mean just do this quickly and painlessly? Or is there something more here? Is there some specific ritual I have to perform? I enjoy your perspicuity. Thank you. I mean, on one hand, I don't see there being any danger associated with taking the blade. Might scare her, though. I don't know if I'm going to be given the option to go back up here, but I suppose I shouldn't be metagaming, thinking in terms of what options the game's actually going to give me. I assume that if this was real life, there would be no reason I couldn't go back up there. Presumably there's a ladder down or something, or a stairway. I'm not just like jumping 12 foot down a hole. I hate his overthinking. Like, look at the options and then try to do things. But no, he has to make up conspiracies in his head. Well, we could take the blade to be cautious, but taking it also might scare the princess. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And despite all the attempts the narrator has made to convince us of the danger that the princess presents, they've not... At no point have they implied that the princess would be capable of harming us while she's locked up. And I feel like if that were the case, they would have said it. Well, taking the blade would make the killing easier, so I vote for that first. Well, yeah, I assume I can just go back up the stairs and grab the blade later if needs be. I'm worried that we may have gone mad, just kidnapped a woman, locked her in a basement, and then if we try and get sense out of her, I don't think walking down there with a blade is going to be, you know, the best way to go about things. I think of it of a sort of collaborative writing, not just exploring the game itself, but also making something new out of it via imagination and thinking. If you're mad, then all is good and you're not responsible for your actions. No, because I'm not mad now. Clearly, at this point in time, I have enough reason that I am in... Well, there's a few problematic assumptions with that, Entor. You've actually assumed what their legal system is. Their legal system may not allow for madness as a defense. But even if they did, the problem is, at this exact moment, I have enough wits about me to not commit crimes. You have a voice in your head. No. It's not about legality. So the point is, even if I had suffered a major mental breakdown and during that period I had locked this woman up, in theory that could be a total defense, the fact that I wasn't in control of myself at the time, but right now I am in control of myself and I am responsible for my actions. Legality doesn't really matter, but I still have my morality. I would also argue the same from a moral point of view, that, you know, clearly you can't be made morally, it's clearly you shouldn't consider yourself morally responsible for things that you have no control over, but at this point I'm in control. Anyway, I think enter the basement without the knife for now. Why did it say explore? I mean, we saw all those explore options before. Oh, maybe explore means it won't advance me into the next room. Maybe that's what that means. The reason why insanity is a defense in our legal system is because madness is a state of mind where you aren't responsible for your actions. Isn't that a tautology? To say you're not responsible for your actions. I think it would be more accurate to say not in control of your actions. And you shouldn't be held responsible for things that you aren't in control of. Yes, kill her with your bare hands. I don't know about that. I'm against it? Oh, you mean going down without the blade? I think so, yeah. Killing someone with my bare hands sounds terrifying. Again, I'm assuming I can just go up and grab the blade again, and I don't think I should be metagaming and saying just because the game hasn't given me the option to go back up yet, just because the game hasn't given me the option to go back to a preceding area up till now, I should assume that I won't be able to in the future. Clearly, if this were really happening, I should be able to walk back up to the top and grab the blade. And if the situation develops in a way where that isn't an option, then we'll deal with it then. I would very much hope that this manipulative narrator in my head would have mentioned if she did pose such a threat, even when chained up, that the blade would be necessary. So I'll just have to live with the consequences of my actions. I'll enter the basement without the blade for now.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Interesting. So there's a light down here. Someone's been here recently. I mean, we haven't seen the level of technology they have yet, but I would say that the aesthetic implies a medieval level of technology, and we've certainly seen nothing to contradict that. If they don't have electricity, then how long could they realistically keep a light going like that and unattended, unless she's attending it? I mean, probably about as long as you could keep a fire going. A few days at most, and that's pushing it. Actually, to be fair, the technology they had for creating the technology they had for lighting things was slightly better than that. Things like rush lights, where they would dry out rushes and then soak them in oil. They would last longer than you might think. I'm not suggesting that an individual one would last days. It wouldn't at all. But you would probably be, if you were trying to light a place, you would probably be if you're trying to light a place unattended, I wonder if doing something like that would be better. But anyway, the point is, if they're using any conventional type of torch, that would have gone out within 24 hours, I'm sure, unless she's actively maintaining it. So, someone's been here recently, plus food and water and all that. Why is every picture shaking? I understand why the grass plates and the plants were shaking, but this is silly. Yeah, brag with your useless knowledge about torches. Well, you say useless, but this may affect whether someone lives or dies.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
And I wasn't trying to brag, I'm sorry if it came across that way. Her voice softly carries up the stairs, so she's heard someone's here.
Hello? Is someone there?
Interesting. Okay. So she doesn't... If she's seen us before, she doesn't yet know it's us returning.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
So, should I take from this that you've never met her before? Because presumably you would remember her voice. It's hypnotizing. It's a kind of voice you would hear once in your life to remember the rest of your life, yes. Yeah, I've never met her before.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Why do you say that? How, if she was going to manipulate me into leaving her be, and she is dangerous, why would it make any difference whether I was armed or not? If she could the point is, if she tried to manipulate me, if she is dangerous and she tried to manipulate me, there's two outcomes. Either I decide to slay her or I don't. I don't see how whether I have a blade changes that outcome. It just, at most, changes how speedy it is. So, hi, just checking in on you. I'm here to save you, lie, I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you. Continue down the stairs. High seems... No, let's go with high. Because let's suppose that someone else chained her down here. She doesn't know that we know... If she's never met us before, doesn't recognise her voice, she would have no reason to think that we know she's chained up. It would make sense that if we came across a cabin in the woods, went into it, heard a voice, we'd say hi. So let's leave with that.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
That's an interesting response. She doesn't sound like a damsel in distress, does she? I mean, I'm not suggesting she isn't chained up, but... Interesting response. Or you just don't remember meeting her. Yeah.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Only one, even though there's room for two. She's so beautiful. Is she really a threat to anyone? Right, so if she said it's been so long since I've had visitors, how is she alive if it's been so long since she's had visitors? If she's chained up and she hasn't had visitors in... Well, to be fair, you would survive a few days, but you'd probably look a lot worse than she does right now. But, my point is it can't have been that long.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Beauty has nothing to do with how threatening someone is.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
I actually agree with that. Clearly I have to make an important decision here. Also, she hasn't yet asked us to help. She asked us to come down and visit her. So that doesn't necessarily mean she's happy about being imprisoned. but clearly she's accepted it. You should have brought the knife, cut her open. I don't know about that.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Why are you acting like that's a strange thing to say? First you asked me to come down and be a visitor, then you asked me to free you, and when I said, let's talk a bit first, you immediately gave a social cue that I was acting very peculiar. Also, no indication that she recognises us, which reduces the probability that we locked her down here significantly. I don't want to prejudge anything. I am going to consider all the facts. But I have to be fair. So far, I've seen nothing to contradict what the narrator was saying. If I were down here for that long, I would at least had some sort of acceptance. Relax. What's your name? I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking? I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Keep her locked away. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade. So I can go back up. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they're keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Examine the chains. Right. What's your name?
Oh.
Eliza, Eater of Worlds?
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
That's your interpretation, narrator.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
So she is under the impression she is a princess. Because I've just noticed a tiara. Although having a tiara doesn't make you a princess, but still. Hang on. Who would be addressed as Your Royal Highness? Obviously, princes and princesses. Is anyone else referred to as Your Royal Highness? Usually princes or princesses. Kings and their female consorts, as well as Queen Regent, are usually styled Majesty. Yes, they would be. So that does narrow it down a lot. She considers herself a princess. What I was saying before, then cut myself off. One of the possibilities we needed to rule out was that she was just some random woman that got locked down here, because currently we only had the narrator's word that this was a princess. Is princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being called Princess? Prince, formerly known as Prince. So it's interesting she didn't give us her actual name, but I wouldn't assume too much from that yet. I think it's fair to say that she's had a tough time, and so we can't necessarily expect her to behave with well, if she is a princess, it's not like we could demand her name from her, and as I say, it's not like we could. It's understandable if she's not at her best, not necessarily making the best decisions, is what I'm getting at. So I wouldn't I wouldn't be too worried about her not giving us her actual first name, but it's notable that she didn't. Okay.
Is Princess her name or her title?
Uh-huh.
What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
So is Princess your name? And then I think it's the same options as before. I don't think I'm going to ask that, for a couple of reasons. She obviously decided not to give us her first name for some reason. And frankly, if she didn't want to tell us, we can't force her anyway, and it might be a bit rude to just... Well, I interpret that as being a bit passive-aggressive. No harm in asking. I suppose it does. It's a common courtesy, yeah? Well, she is of a higher station. She doesn't have to give us her name. And if we're getting traditional, I think that's also true of just courtesies when it courtesies as it applies to genders as well. I don't think a gentleman can demand the name of a lady. So again, that doesn't mean it doesn't come off as deliberately distant not to give it. But, you know, I think we let this one slide. Because my point is, even if we force to the point, which might be rude, she could just lie. Or just outright refuse. She has made the decision not to tell us her first name. So, we'll British subservience. Manners is not the same as subservience. Oh, to the aristocracy. I think we let that one slide. I think this one gets at the... I think I do like where this one's going. I think it's phrased poorly. I think you could phrase that much better. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
I disagree with you both. I think understanding this situation is clearly very important. And it is an important... It's a very notable open question. That's weird. It is. Yeah, don't shame her diet. Yeah, but what has she been eating? She has to eat something, right? Exactly.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Again, I like the idea. I like the idea of I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you've been locked up down here for a reason. It's just phrased all wrong. I mean, surely the way you would go about it is more along the lines of, so, who locked you down here? How did this happen? Because the problem is, saying they may have locked you up for a reason is already implying that she's done something wrong. That she's at fault here. Which, you know, for a woman that may well be badly traumatised, not really the thing to do, I'd suggest. But she should have an answer to how did you end up here, and I don't think that's unreasonable to ask. You know, we've been talking for a while. What should I call you? I'm enjoying the conversation quite a lot. Me? Robert or El Magnifico? I don't mind. Or, well, anything reasonable, really. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up here for a reason. Because that's the option I have and I can't rephrase it, I'll have to go with this. But I am expecting her to be more than a little offended, and not unjustifiably.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
Okay.
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
That's interesting. That is an interesting response.
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
If she's content to be down... Well, content's the wrong word. If she's resigned to being down here, and the world is only in danger if she leaves, then why does she need to die? And why does she have to be kept in such poor conditions? If it really was the case that if she leaves the world ends, and it would appear she's not even aware of that fact, why couldn't they keep her in what is essentially a gilded cage? Why couldn't they make sure that she's kept indoors, but she has lots of people to interact with, lots of things she can do? Okay, if you absolutely have to, put a chain on her, but like you could still make the chain long enough that she could access everything in the room but not stand much of a chance of getting out. Hello, Yisha. Oh, thank you for the resubscribe. It's been a long time. How have you been, Yisha? I call him El Magnifico, so humble. You know where El Magnifico comes from, don't you, Entor? We're playing a horror game, Yisha, called Slay the Princess. So far, it seems to be a game about deducing what's happening. We appear to have come to consciousness inside a forest with a voice in our head telling us that we need to kill a princess that's in a cabin up the road, and we've been questioning the narrator, and they've answered some of our questions, but been rather evasive in other important ways. We've just met the princess. Her responses have been interesting. She's clearly not telling us everything, but at the same time, she seems surprisingly okay with what's happened to her. And we're having to figure out whether we should actually kill her, as we've been asked to do. Oh, you don't know where El Magnifico comes from? It comes from Tom and Jerry. There's an episode of Tom and Jerry called Mucho Mouse. So it's a Tom and Jerry reference. Yes, a judge simulator. Although speaking of judges, we haven't established under what authority we are carrying this act out. You know, judges act act under the rule of law, ultimately underpinned by the constitution of the country within which they, I was going to say reside, but I suppose it's under the country they work in. Hello Lilium, it's a pleasure to meet you. How are you today? I like the stroke N, the new line character at the end. So what am I thinking? What are we looking at? So is Princess your name? Again, I'm gonna let that one slide because she could just... It would be rude and she could just lie. I was sent here to slay you, you're apparently supposed to end the world. See, that doesn't seem like such an unreasonable thing to say given her response. She seems utterly bewildered. Although, again, bewildered but resigned. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? Kind of irrelevant, because again, she could just lie. But I suppose not irrelevant, not a useful question. So yeah, let's put this to her. How are we slaying? This is my first game ever. This is my first encounter with the princess. I'm still working out what's going on. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. You have all the explanations you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with. So she had nothing to say. But I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe. Well, my options are, but I don't think you're actually dangerous. I don't see why I would say that. Because I don't really have I can't be sure either way. But I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe. I'm tempted to go with that. That might... Because I was expecting some sort of response then, but she didn't say anything. This might prompt a response, or I'm starting to think it's true. There's something about you that doesn't feel right. That's not a terrible option. It might scare her too much, though. We don't know what her mental fortitude's like. There's definitely something about her that doesn't feel right, as the game puts it. Might prompt her to address that fact. We can't really risk having her becoming hysterical or anything like that, so because then we'd get no information whatsoever from then on. So I guess go with the middle option. Let's say we're not sure what to believe. We don't want to freak her out. Yeah, man, you just told her you were sent to kill her. But earlier you were concerned about being impolite. Well, that's not impolite. I admit it would be discombobulating to be told that. But it's not impolite. As far as we're aware, it's the truth. There is the whole, do we trust the narrator or not? But as far as we're aware, that's the truth. It's honest. Exactly. But I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
Okay.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
That's what I'm wondering.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Deflect. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? Or I've been told enough, or I was hoping you'd tell me, or no, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret from me, or no, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous, or remain silent. Well, the only thing we know is that apparently it's if she's released, which apparently we can't put to her. Because, it's only words. If she actually is dangerous and manipulative and intends to end the world and has been stringing us along the whole time, as the narrator is implying, then telling her, oh, it's supposed to happen when you leave this building, isn't going to make the situation any worse. She would just tell us something else to string us along. But if she genuinely has no idea, then that could prompt new ideas from her. I mean, if the situation really is as she's claimed it is, then I don't see why it would be unreasonable to work with her to try and figure out how this has happened. Sorry for the slow response. Playing some Minecraft while watching. We're surrounded by lava, so gotta be careful. Oh, I understand. I'm staying above the surface, even though the heat makes it slightly more difficult. How are you all doing? I'm doing very well, Yisha. Are you in the nether by any chance? We're about to slay the princess or not, and you play Minecraft. It's fine. The world is at stake. No, it's lovely to have Yisha around. And and if he wants to play Minecraft, then he should play Minecraft. Looking for some ancient debris. Is that modded, or is that a new thing in Minecraft? I'm only familiar with very old Minecraft, like 1.6.4, 1.7.10. So if they had added that in the last 10 years, I wouldn't know. New hardest ore in Minecraft. Oh. Harder than diamond, then. Is there anything special about it, or is it just another tier? You know, is it just, oh, you can make a ancient debris sword, ancient debris armor, and so on? Added in 1.16. Also, it's lovely to see you, Blaze. Actually, it's an upgrade of the normal diamond. Doesn't burn in lava. Oh, that's interesting. I assume it just gives you fire resistance then. It's also really difficult to make. When you say difficult to make, do you mean just to acquire? Or is the making process itself involved? What was I thinking? Let's go with, I was hoping you'd tell me. That's not quite true, but I was hoping between us we could shed some light on this. What's going on with the cursor, actually? Is that a hand with a claw on the end, like a werewolf hand? It doesn't give fire resistance, instead it gives knockback resistance. I won't be chatting about the game, I know too much. It's hard to make use of. It was always like that since the beginning. Oh, I know the cursor was always like that since the beginning. It's just only now am I, you know, really paying attention to it. I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay.
I believe her.
I'm reserving judgment.
She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Technically true, but doubtful. The thing is, if she doesn't know how to destroy the world but is capable of doing it, does that mean that it would be unintentional? I mean, presumably so. If she doesn't know how to do it, what difference would it make if she did form an intention to destroy the world or not? It couldn't, because she wouldn't know how to follow through. So what I'm actually dealing with here is the equivalent of, if you will, an antimatter princess. You know, it's not so much that she has antipathy towards the world or is a bad person. It's just if she goes outside of her very controlled environment, disaster will result. Funnily, a cursor is usually what you follow with your eyes. She seemed honest, I believe her. Is she honest with, I like the world, I think? Well, to be fair, if I'd been locked up in a dungeon for goodness knows how long, I could appreciate, or rather, if I was considering a person that had been locked up in a dungeon for a very long time, I could appreciate why they might be less than happy with the way the world has been up to that point.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Right. Go on.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
This is true.
I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
Right, but someone put you down here at some point for some reason. In fact, even if the narrator is completely making this up, even if she poses no threat to the world whatsoever, and this whole mission that I'm on is a complete farce, there could still be a very good different reason why she's been locked up down here, because someone clearly locked her up down here, so that wouldn't be justification for releasing her. How do you know? She might carry a deadly disease.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
Right, but we don't know why you're down here. There might be a good reason. As Entor pointed out, you might have a deadly disease. You might be a carrier for an awful disease. If that is the case, your being here is already a threat. This is true. They did say I was the only person that could... Sorry, the narrator said that I was the only person that could do this, though. That could be because I'm the only person that can't catch the disease for some reason. That wouldn't explain all the dead trees, though. The implication before that there would be no birds, trees, or... Sorry, the statement before that there would be no birds, trees, or people. Because, I mean, it's rare for diseases to jump species, although it can happen, as we've seen not too long ago with coronavirus. But for a disease to be able to equally affect a human being as a tree? That just doesn't figure. The biology is just too different. We're in this world, we may be about to carry the disease out. If she had one of them, then wouldn't she be dead already? She stayed there for a long time. Not necessarily, because she could be a carrier. She could be someone that's naturally immune to the disease. But then again, if she's naturally immune to this disease, doesn't that imply that other people would be naturally immune? So yeah, I suppose the disease analogy doesn't quite work, because if that were the case, it wouldn't wipe out all of humanity, just most of it, in a worst case scenario. But still, I mean, the point still stands that she's clearly been locked up down here for some reason, even if the whole being a threat to the world is nonsense. Well, it could be manufactured not to affect princesses. El Magnifico will rule the world. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I just watched a clip of El Magnifico who tries to speak Spanish. You don't. No, I don't speak Spanish.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
Well, it may not be an issue of whether you want to.
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here.
Why?
And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Why? That is a massive assumption. You could have been locked down here by a lawful authority for very good reasons, and I could just be a raving lunatic hearing voices in his head walking through the woods. There is no reason at all to assume that these two things are linked.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
How do you know? How do you know that that's... Just because she is a princess, how do you know what her politics are? Maybe that's why she was locked down here, because she's a revolutionary. And she didn't want to tell us. She will lie, she will cheat. Yeah, she's definitely manipulating me, there's no doubt about that. But just because she's manipulative doesn't mean that she's actually a threat to the world. At no point has anyone at any point presented any convincing evidence that she is actually a threat to the world. But equally, she's clearly been put down here for some reason, and we haven't had a decent answer to that. Quite honestly, her reasoning isn't much worse than yours, El Magnifico. Well, thank you very much, Entor. Her reasons are not perfect, but still, it's fair to assume her words are faulty for being stuck down here without anything. Yeah. Although that is a change. When we first came down here, she seemed... Okay, actually, to be fair, she did ask us to let her go from the beginning. So I suppose she has been consistent in that at least. I was going to say that she was resigned to her fate before, but she was resigned, but she wasn't okay with it. So is Princess your name? I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking for now what we should do is care for her, but not let her go. Make sure she has company. Make sure she has food and water and other facilities that she'll be in need of. Make sure she's looked after, but not release her. And frankly, if necessary, defend her. If someone else came to kill her, I think it would be perfectly reasonable for us to take the stance of, right, why? Why are you killing her? What gives you the authority? If she is a threat, where's your evidence? That seems like a fair compromise. What are my other options? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. How is that meaningfully different? What's the word? These two options seem they're different in terms of how they... Oh, what's the word? The nuance is different. That they have a slightly different spin to them, but aren't they advocating the same course of action? I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade, go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they're keeping you down here like this. I'm going to get you out of here. Oh, okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. If she has been here for a very, very long time, staying may be unbearable. Well, that's the responsibility we take on our shoulders. We have to make sure that her existence is as pleasant as it possibly can be without her being released. Locking her away might trigger something. Her only chance of leaving just left... Locking her away might trigger something. Her only chance of leaving just left her. Just leaving her would be traumatizing, no. Yeah, I don't think we should just leave her. Note the quotes. Whatever is in quotes, she will hear it, so the nuance may have an impact. Ah. You're right, Entor, that is speculation, that it might trigger something, but I'll just address the elephant in the room. I think they're suggesting that she might self-harm under those circumstances. I think that is a fair thing to have in the back of our mind. She has clearly been through a very difficult set of circumstances. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. See, it's the stayed for a while that I'm not happy about. I feel like with no other information, we need to, and presumably no past that we're aware of. Our memories seem to start with the forest as far as we're aware. I feel like we have to take a position of, right, this is my life now. I care for this person. I try to make their life as pleasant as possible without freeing them. Anyway, we'll try this one. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
How? She's in iron.
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I don't think I have to choose between killing her or letting her go. I could just carry out what I said even if she doesn't like it, and live with the consequences. Unfortunately, the game doesn't seem to be giving me that choice. Why would your company make her happy? Pretty full of yourself, aren't you? Well, I mean, maybe it wouldn't make her happy, but I would have thought the difference between having one person to talk to and being completely alone would be seen as a pleasant one, and if it isn't, well then I can just make myself scarce but still be there to do important things like provide food and water. If she really, really hated me, I could just not speak to her, only go in there a few minutes each day to make sure she's alright. It would still be a lot better than just leaving her there. Things are getting intense. She's not amused. No, she is not. It is an interesting stance she's shaken here, but I can't tell if she's just desperate. If she's used to having power, then this could just be almost a knee-jerk reaction. Just I'm powerful, you're not. I'm going to threaten you to do what I want if I can't get you to do it otherwise. Yes. That's another thing that's crossed my mind, Blaze. That's if she's been down here a long time, there's a definite lack of certain other facilities. Aside from the fact she presumably hasn't eaten or drunk. Those eyes. It's all in the eyes. Oh, I don't like the way the game... The fact the game isn't letting me just observe her frankly, even if I wasn't going to just keep her company, just being able to observe her, one thing that I would really like to see is just to, like, check on her, say twice a day for a week, and see if she's deteriorating due to not eating or drinking. And of course, if she wants food or water, provide it. Obviously, I'm not suggesting performing some horrible experiment on her, but my point is, there's no evidence that there is food or water down here. She's claimed to have been down here a long time. That would seem to imply that she's not been subsisting on anything. If she can just keep going without eating or drinking, that raises a lot of questions. The narrator didn't say it stinks here. Ah yes, excuse her veiled threat. Why are the British so servile to the aristocracy? I don't think that's got anything to do with being servile. I'm having to consider a lot of possibilities here, and I'm saying that threatening here is not inconsistent with her being a helpless prisoner. Some people would do that. Some people do that. Alright, what am I gonna do? I don't want to just lock her in the basement, because that implies I'm not checking on her. Of the choices the game's given me, locking her in the basement is the best one. I shouldn't let her out because I don't know why she's down here. I'm not going to execute her, not without serious evidence that that is the best course of action. At least locking her in the basement is equivalent to if I never came. Okay, she may know of me now, and in theory if she did get out and was dangerous, she could seek her revenge on me specifically, but so be it. The point is that I won't have made the situation any worse than it was before. But you hear the conviction in her voice? It's as if she could slip those chains if she wanted to. If she could, she would have. Well, in that case, all the better. Yep, I'll keep her... the best option I have is lock her in the basement.
I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
I think it's the best course of action without more information. That's... essentially, I'm just taking the... I'm applying the principle that until you have information one way or the other, then the best course of action is to maintain the status quo. Which I wouldn't consider to be a compromise.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
And if she kills me, so be it. As long as she doesn't... If she is the dangerous creature that we've been led to believe, in which case why didn't they kill her before instead of locking her down here? But if she is, at least she won't be able to harm anyone else. In theory. I know there's a slim chance she might actually get out of here, but again, if she's been down here as long as she claims, then wouldn't she have slipped the chain already if she could? If that chain's kept her down here for a long time, then it will probably keep her down here for a long time more. It's a fair stance, El Magnifico. Yeah, it's a lot of talk for justifying doing nothing. Well, I'm slightly hindered by the game's choices. That's not quite how I would have done things, but it's the I think it's the best option we have.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Well, I can't let you go either, not without information.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Yes, many are wishing for keep her company.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Well, if you're as dangerous as they say you are, then leaving you behind won't have been any worse than releasing you. If you do get loose. And if you're not as dangerous as they say you are, and you're just threatening to have me executed or something, so be it. I don't want that, but I'm just making the best decision I can with the information at my disposal.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I think she's probably bluffing. I can't know that for a fact, but again, I think she would have got out of here by now if she could.
Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she? You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
Did she drop the mask, or did she put the mask on? That's the question. Until they don't. Hero does know their lines well. No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her away, or, oh, that's a relief, I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her. No, we're sticking to the plan.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. We'll do it your way.
Well, if you wanted me to execute her, you should have presented better evidence.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that
Why?
once held the blade.
Wait, once held the blade, where's the blade gone? Where's the blade gone? It's not just me and the princess here, is it? Also, frankly, if she were able to slip the chain, do you really think, and was as dangerous as the narrator's suggesting, do you really think that little table's gonna stop her? We took the blade? We didn't.
Okay, we can make this work.
Oh, hero. That's in-game hero, not in-chat hero. You're not thinking straight, are you? Our hand is empty. Oh, would it appear in our hand? That's interesting. As in the cursor.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
I think the in-game hero and in-chat hero is the same hero.
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Honestly, if I actually experienced this, I would think I have actually gone insane. We should let her out if she is actually at the door and we're not completely imagining this. For the fairly simple reason that if she is what she seems to be, that's not going to hold her. We've already made the wrong choice. Well, I say the wrong choice. We made a choice which turned out not to work well. And if we are imagining this, then, well, there's no harm in removing the table, is there? El Magnifico probably did. I've seen his kleptomania elsewhere. Have you now? I'm thinking with the time I have. Maybe you have gone insane. There are no wrong decisions. There are no premature endings.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
Well, I don't believe for a minute I could actually get on her good side if she is this eldritch horror that the game seems... Sorry, well, yes, the game, our experiences seem to be suggesting now. It's funny, it's the fact that she tried to manipulate us into removing the table that almost makes me think that she can't get out without our help. But if she got through the chains, if she got through the chains, why didn't she before now? And secondly, why does she need us to remove the table? If she can get through those iron chains, she can get through that door. Right, we were unconscious for a while, or, at the very least, we weren't forming any more memories for a while. A bit like when we just woke up in the forest and had that narrator speaking in our head. But the knife had gone before we lost consciousness, or stopped forming new memories. I don't think we can rely on anything at this point.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
Why? The only sensible choice the only two... There are two choices here, really. Remove the table, let her out, deal with the situation there, if she is actually at the door and you're not imagining this, or run for it. Now, I don't think run for it would work, but staying here and trying to shut her out of your mind is not a viable option. That's going to achieve nothing.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience, or so... So all of that all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster. Oh, she could be a monster princess. Ignore her and go to sleep. In a way, that actually sort of makes sense if we assume that we are hallucinating badly. That's an interesting one, actually. It's a bit difficult to theorise with this loud banging. Because we could, for example, just be having a bad dream. Or be... If we're having a hallucinatory episode right now, what is a sensible course of action? We don't know what's caused it, so we don't know if, for example, we've eaten something which has caused us to hallucinate. So trying to induce us to remove whatever is in our stomachs right now probably isn't the best course of action, because we have no reason to believe that's what's happened. What else might cause us to hallucinate? A bad head injury? Again, there's no evidence of that. Or just general... Just... We don't know what our existence was before the forest. Just generally having something wrong neurologically. What? You're asking us what would be the reasonable action if you've gone mad? Well, it's a reasonable question. What? Wait, do I not have an option to remove the table at all? No, I don't. I can't remove the table even if I wanted to. Ignore her and just try and shut her out of our mind? If we're hallucinating badly, we don't want to move from this spot. Because if we're hallucinating, what are our chances of finding our way back here? Unfortunately, because we don't know anything about the world we exist in, we don't know whether magic is possible. That seems like a pretty important point. Could this plausibly be happening? Hang on, if eldritch horrors exist that can destroy worlds, why hasn't the world been destroyed yet? What are the chances that we happen to be the one person who happens to be born at the exact right time and be in the right place such that they make the difference between the world ending and not? This isn't happening. We are hallucinating. We should not move from this spot. We should go back to sleep. Maybe you can find the blade and perform a lobotomy on yourself. Well, I don't know about that. By slaying her. No, ignore her and go to sleep.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it.
It's not there. And frankly, if it is there, it doesn't matter. The world is too late anyway.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
But we're alive?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
We're hallucinating again.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
It's a nightmare. We're fine.
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves.
It's sleep paralysis.
First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Everything is fine.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Uh-huh.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
I suppose.
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
It's just a bad dream. We're fine.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
It's a nightmare. We're fine. Famous last words. Why is the narrator letting this happen? Whose side is he on? Oh, hero, you want to plead? You want to plead to the narrator now? After you're opposing him so many times? This can't be how everything ends, right?
What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
If this is real, and you're as vindictive as you seem to be, then I don't think you would actually do wonderful things for the world. So, no, I don't think that would have been a good idea.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
If you say so.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is.
Oh dear.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh well, I have no regrets. I did the best I could with the information that was available to me. Chapter 2, The Nightmare. It was a nightmare!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay, this is suboptimal. I'm back here. That was fast. What game are you playing next? No, now is the nightmare. That was just a prelude. Oh, when you say what game are you playing next, that's a good point. If anyone has any game suggestions that they'd like to see me play, let me know. Either in chat or there is a dedicated channel for it on the Discord server. Either way, Slay the Princess. Yes. Of course I will be playing Slay the Princess to the end. You probably know what I would recommend. Slay the narrator?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I don't know any other game. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here? She's going to kill me again. Proceed to the cabin, turn around and leave. But I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yeah, why does the voice in my head have a worse memory than I do?
Shh. What if he hears us?
Voice of the paranoid? Okay, this is just getting worse. Alright, so there's two voices in my head now.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Do we now? Am I the plaything of some cosmic entity? Am I in the plains of dread? Have I gone to Ravenloft? Oh, thank you for the follow, Hero. I do appreciate it. Oh, good night, Hero. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for keeping me company. I do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful night. You don't have to get every ending like in Automata. I don't know. I don't know how many endings there are to this game. I don't know how difficult it is to get them all. Thank you, Hero. Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Proceed to the cabin, turn around. Well, we may as well see what he has to say.
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Uh-huh.
We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment.
Well, to be fair, we broke even. We're no worse off than we were before.
Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
I think there's scope for some Groundhog Day-like experimentation.
And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess? Or do you want the princess to slay us?
You're hearing more voices. I'm not sure if it's not worse. That's a fair point. Yes, stagnation for the win.
Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't.
I don't know. The world supposedly ended, and yet here I am. I appear to be some sort of immortal, so far as we can tell.
Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Go on.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Other than having the memories persist.
Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
If I'm in a different world altogether, then you're in a different world altogether. Does that not worry you? Imagine Groundhog Day with an additional voice in every loop.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Well, present evidence suggests otherwise. He's in your head. You're right. He's our prisoner.
If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
The narrator appears to interpret the voice of the paranoid as us, I think. I don't think the narrator's aware that he's speaking to two different individuals. I don't think he can anyway. Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Just being around her in the end shut down all of my organs. What am I supposed to do about that? Presumably be quicker, but we never actually established how she went from being a corporeal being that could be killed with a blade to some form of intangible being that could shut down organs. To quote you from the last time around, she's just a princess. How can you possibly justify saying that? She's clearly something far, far worse. Who locked her in that basement? What is this place? Let's go with that. To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. How can you possibly justify saying that? She's clearly something far, far worse.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
If she's just a princess, why would I want to kill her? Well, I may as well make the other point. Just being around her in the end shut down all of my organs. What am I supposed to do about that?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Princess Monster? Princess Nightmare? Monster Princess? Why would he be worried where he is? You mean the narrator? Well, if he's in our head, then he should be worried that presumably if our head ceases to be, then so does he. Who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
Alright, adding that to the notes. There's a prophecy now, is there? Although I think he may have been speaking flippantly there.
You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know, I kinda like being special. Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here.
Why not?
I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is.
How do I know she's dangerous? Because previously you were taking the view that we hadn't died and this hadn't happened before, but now you seem to be endorsing that idea when you think it suits you. Are we special? Are we special? Yes.
And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
I don't see how that would help, to be honest, if she is as dangerous as the narrator suggests. You're being cagey, what aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
That's alright, I don't mind. I look forward to the challenge.
If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Uh-huh.
He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
Not unreasonable.
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already.
Yes, so the narrator does seem to think with the same entity, I think.
Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here.
That's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Need to know mission. I'm going to proceed to the cabin because I want to know if she recognizes us.
A warning before you go any further.
Yes.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
No, but that also applies to you.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
That's a fair point, me.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Proceed into the cabin. Now I have to assume there is a
The
possibility.
interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
This is different. Right, how's the narrator going to explain this away? He must realise this isn't how it was supposed to be. I mean, if we believe that the narrator's not been here before, he may not know what to expect. But presumably he would recognise a big open doorway down, the door being knocked to the side and a blade being on the ground as not a good sign. Also, why are there little eyes staring at us? Oh no, they're little people, aren't they? There's little shadowy people staring at us from the windows. That's wonderful. Reminds me of the Mark of Gideon. And the eyes, everything in the eyes. If I were the narrator at this point, I would think I would find this quite alarming.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
Yep, and there wasn't a mirror. And there weren't people staring at us.
It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
Frankly, if she's toying with us at this point, that's just tough. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to grin and bear it.
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Right, Explorer, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. This whole cabin is different than I remember it being. Approach the mirror. Take the blade. Enter the basement. I'm going to approach the mirror. I mean, there is the thing about you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall, but the obvious response would be, well, that's irrelevant. What's that got to do with the princess? Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
You can't see the mirror?
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe the mirror clean. That's my only choice.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
That's not good.
I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
I don't know if he did this. No, I'm back in the boat where I can't really trust anything. I have to assume that I'm completely mad. This whole cabin is different than I remember it being. That's worth saying, even though I suspect the narrator will suggest that we've not been here before and that it's all in our head. But there's a slim chance if the narrator is sincere that they will actually take the hint and realise something's wrong. Insanity intensifies.
Very different. I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right? She knows that we're here. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before.
Three of you?
Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died. You certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Why three? First you didn't seem to be acknowledging that there was more of us, and now you seem to be addressing more of us than there are. I thought there was the paranoid voice in the hero, and then the narrator, which is you.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Well, I'm entering the basement unarmed again, because, again, there may be a perfectly innocent person chained up down there. And I can't trust my sanity at this point.
Oh, we should have taken the knife. I don't think going down there unarmed is going to do us any favours.
No, but I mean, quite frankly, if everything is as it appears to be, then we're already in her thrall, and it's too late. So, it couldn't make the situation worse.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
All the eyes. So you do actually see at least some of this then, Mr. Narrator.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
Oh, player paranoid and hero, so he can witness the player as well. Goodness me.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Uh-huh. So this has changed.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Where did you think I'd go?
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
But we're not dead. So far as we can tell, or if we are dead, it's too late. Also, did the narrator not hear her say come back? Did he not... If his position is that we've only just met, then does he not find that alarming? I'm going to talk to her, or we don't need a plan, I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why we're all being such pessimists right now. Or step off into the void between the stairs, or continue down the stairs in silence. I'm going to talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
I mean, look at the situation. I don't see how it could make it any worse.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
Well, we'll deal with that when it happens. If she kills us again, well, there's a fair chance we'll wake up again. If we don't, well, tough. She was, if it's as bad as it looks, and she clearly had it within her power to kill us at any point anyway. That is, after we, chose not to kill her before.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
Well, the obvious thing to do would be ask her which way to go.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
I don't intend to attack her at this point. I want to speak to her again and see what her position is on the situation and how things go, because as far as I'm concerned, as I said, we're either completely at her mercy or we're just going to wake up again in the woods. So
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
uh-huh.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
I mean, it might be a bit painful, but again, we haven't exactly lost anything so far as we can tell, aside from our sanity.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Although we may not have had that to begin with anyway.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
I'm trying to find you. Go left, go right, do nothing, go back the way you came. I might wait here. If I can ask her where she is, then I would have thought standing here is going to be... And since she hasn't told us where she is, I'd have thought standing here would make it easiest for her to get to us.
You decide it's best to do nothing.
There you are.
Yep,
I told you I was going to find you.
you're looking lovely today.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Okay,
Your arms quickly follow.
okie doke.
This is it, isn't it?
It's almost like you want me to get you.
Well, I mean, it's not like I can stop you, is it?
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
Oh, so now you recognise that things are a bit odd.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
We'll just have to see, won't we?
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
Ouch.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
I wonder how many people would actually recognise sudden liver failure. Actually, would sudden liver failure even cause any... Would it immediately kill you? I'm not sure it would. You'd die not that long later as toxins build up in your body. But it wouldn't be like your heart or lungs stopping, I don't think. But I mean, my point is, if you felt internal pain, I wonder how many people would actually recognise that that's specifically my liver failing. I wonder. Player is the entity that makes the choices.
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Interesting.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
So how is this paranoid voice apparently keeping us alive?
Nerves, heart.
Fear and paranoia keeping one alive since the dawn of evolution.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Interesting what's going on with her face here. At first I thought it was just blood pouring down. I'm not so sure though. It might be.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
But it's interesting the way it's branching off like that.
Liver, nerves, heart.
That could be running mascara, although why would it suddenly go up her face?
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
Lungs, liver, nerves,
I was actually hoping to have a conversation.
She isn't attacking us. Nerves, Why? heart, lungs, liver,
I'm not sure she isn't attacking us,
heart,
since the paranoid voice apparently needs to
heart.
work hard to keep us going.
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen.
To be perfectly frank, I don't think that blade's gonna do anything to her.
That isn't my fault.
No, but it's the situation we find ourselves in, so suggesting some ideas would be more helpful than playing the old blame game.
Liver, nerves, heart,
I mean, really, who is responsible for this?
heart,
Ugh.
liver. It doesn't matter whose fault it is because fighting her isn't an option right now.
You wished for a nightmare, you have a nightmare. I hope it's just a nightmare.
Liver. Then you should get looking, shouldn't you? Lungs, liver.
Explore. Why wouldn't you finish me off? Or, what good am I to you alive? What do you want from me? What happened after you killed me last time? Or I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just let you leave.
Heart, lungs, liver,
Oh!
lungs, liver, nerves,
She's still down there, isn't she?
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
She's a,
lungs, liver,
she's a scion. She has telepathic powers.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
Possibly.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
We...
liver,
Mmm.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Okay, I can't know for sure, but there's a good chance that
liver,
this is all being projected onto our mind, and she's trying to show us the necessary images to get us to go down there and release her. In which case, as long as we don't ever release her, we're probably just going to starve to death or dehydrate to death. Which is unfortunate, but better than releasing her. But you died. I'm not sure we did die. I think we were just made to see our own death. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't be open-minded to other possibilities and that I shouldn't have a conversation with her, see what she says, but I think that's the most likely explanation right now. At least the first narrator said so. Yeah, but he was just a voice in our head. Maybe the narrator was her all along. I mean, it would seem strange for her to project a narrator into our head, telling us to kill her, and presumably erasing all our memories before that point, if she wanted to be set free. But perhaps it's just reverse psychology. Perhaps she looked at our personality type and thought, that's the most likely way to get this individual to free me. Or it could be that the initial narrator was something else, but this narrator isn't. I don't know. You're a lunatic. You know that, right? You're a lunatic. If anyone's a lunatic here, it's us. If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation? Or how about I just kill you instead? Or we don't have to be enemies. We can work together. We can be friends even. Or I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave. I'm not going to try and kill you. So do your worst. Remain with your nightmare. Okay, let's get out of here. Leave together. Fine, you win. I'll let you leave. I think she's... or run. I think there's a good chance she's just still down there. And we may have walked down back into the basement, or we might not have. What happened after you killed me last time?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Interesting.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Right. So you're suggesting I am dead? So why won't you finish me off? Well, the suggestion is that I'm already dead. If you need me alive, then why did you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice to me? Well, she did. I mean, I suppose you just thought I'd be more likely to respond to threats. Or I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just let you leave. Or, and if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways? Or, you're a lunatic, you know that, right? Or, if you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation? Or, how about I just kill you instead? Or, and what if I refuse to let you out? What happens then? Or, we don't have to be enemies, we can work together. We can be friends even. Or, I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave. I'm not going to try and kill you, dum-de-dum-de-dum. Okay, let's get out of here. Fine, you win. I'll let you leave. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with... What should I go with? I don't need reverse psychology to convince someone to save a princess. I don't think... No, that's actually a fair point. At least it'll be interesting to see what her response is. Why wouldn't you finish me off?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to.
Wait, but if you wanted to, but didn't have to, why wouldn't you do it? Do you mean to say you can't, as opposed to you don't have to?
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Oh, I see.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
What do you mean by her masked lips? What are her lips masked by?
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
And how do you propose to do that? I'm writing that down. Masked lips, you say?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Oh, you think that
Heart,
whole thing's a
lungs,
mask?
Liver, nerves.
But her lips have been moving, haven't they?
She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop.
Oh, I see. I think you're right. It is a mask. I thought she just had, like, cavernous eye sockets, but I think you're right. We were seeing a mask, a porcelain mask, and then her eyes behind it.
Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath. We're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
One moment,
Liver,
and then
nerves,
you're
heart,
gone.
lungs,
Just
nerves,
like
heart,
that.
lungs, liver,
There, I thought that was a cavernous eye socket, but I'm not so sure now. I think you're right. That.
liver,
Oh, and those are cracks. That. Ah.
liver, nerves,
That is interesting.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
So if she keeps killing us, does that mean we get more voices that can contribute to keeping us alive? Perhaps ones that are less easily distracted.
Ah, and there's the fear.
You think I'm afraid?
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
So what are my choices? If you need me alive, then why did you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice? I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just let you leave. And if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways? Yeah, we've read most of these, haven't we?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Well, it's a fair point. I'm not sure we're going to learn much, but I may as well ask. If you need me alive, then why did you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice to me?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
You said I was dead. You said I died when you were trying to drag me out the door, and that you were trapped here.
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Wait, so your position is that I did die, but now I'm alive? And I'm to believe you have no idea how that happened? She was talking about events of chapter 1. Right, but from my perspective, this has been one long series of events. Is a reasonable question to say, if I died a short while ago, am I alive now? And why am I alive? How have I gone from dead to alive?
You seem miserable.
Well, it's been a tough day. If you were dead, you wouldn't need heart, lungs, liver, nerves. I don't know what I am now. If I was actually dead, you'd assume I wouldn't be able to perceive anything, but recently a lot of things that have been happening haven't made a lot of sense. So I'm open-minded. I am open to the idea that I may be dead right now. But the fact is you are not dead right now. Does that mean she can't kill me? Not properly. Not permanently.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Maybe that's why I'm special.
Lungs, liver, nerves.
The narrator said I was special. Maybe for some reason,
Heart,
if she kills me, I'll just keep coming back.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation?
Lungs, liver,
I don't want to work with her.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try and kill you, so do your worst. Remain with your nightmare.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
Heart, lungs, nerves, heart, lungs,
Charming.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
But just words.
Lungs. She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down.
Blimey.
You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken.
Suboptimal.
No, 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 no.
Insanity intensifies even more.
Let me out.
No.
Your existence hurts them.
I have no reason to believe that's real.
Let me out.
No.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
No.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
I must say, she's very creative in her mental torture, isn't she?
Let me out.
No.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No.
No, 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 no. No, no. What's happening to us?
I must say, it is very interesting music, isn't it?
Let me out.
No.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
Oh, you're leaving us now, are you?
You can't keep going. Well, what are you talking about?
But he doesn't respond.
Oops. I think I broke you.
Have you now?
I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Will the narrator not be here this time? Your body is dead, but you live on. A monolith of fear. See what hides behind her mask. The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit! Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing? There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
Voice of the Broken. So, is this a new voice or is this the remnant of the narrator? I didn't notice. Was it the narrator that was speaking initially? Even more insanity.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
So that is the narrator. So now we have... Okay, so now we have 3 voices in our head, presumably. And the narrator still doesn't seem to be able to... Or the narrator again seems to be recognizing us, the hero, and the 2 other voices as one entity.
I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
We have to let her out.
No.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her.
That's risky. That's very risky. She's clearly got her clutches into our mind at this point, and that's the most charitable interpretation of what's going on here. I'm not sure we can risk doing anything. I think we may have to consider our life forfeit and willfully do nothing. This is chapter some big number.
Slay. We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out.
Voice
It's
of the
really
opportunist.
the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
I'm not sure that's quite true. I think we hold the power, but aren't in a very good position to use it. If she could get out of here without us, she would have done it. She needs us to leave. But because she appears to be altering our perception of reality, we can't really trust anything we do. I'm really concerned about the idea of trying to slay her, because I feel like if we go down there with the blade, who knows what we'll end up doing? Because if she can make us see anything, presumably she could make us do something that could help her get free. Although I have to admit, the blade itself isn't going to be able to break the chains, and it's probably not much good for lockpicking. So I can only think of one other way the blade would lead to her freedom. But she might prefer that to being stuck in a basement for the rest of her life. Let me out. She wouldn't say that if she could leave on her own. Well, I think she would have just left by now if she could. And which is? Well, it involves cutting.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever, I think.
Voice of the stubborn. Or at least we have lots of friends now.
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart?
Interesting, very interesting.
We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
Well, I don't think that's true, but that's because most of the other things we could do are very bad ideas.
We love her, so we have to set her free.
I'm sorry, who are you? Where did you come from?
Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us?
Yes, but that's not relevant.
To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Oh, this is who I'm working with. Right.
Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
No.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
This is the third time? I think they're all wrong. That's a good question. How many times have you all been here? What if we don't get to the cabin? Can I make sense of them? Or can you make sense of them? I feel so disjointed. I don't know if I can pull this off. I don't know if I can slay her. Proceed to the cabin. The only way out is to do nothing, so nothing I will do. That probably is what I'm going to end up doing in the end, but before then... Can you make sense of them?
There's nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
Interesting.
And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same.
Also, you said you left before.
Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
That's a good question. How many times have you all been here?
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all.
So we can't rely on our sense of time. That's understandable. But worth bearing in mind.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine.
How would it be fine? If she can do this to us when she's locked in that basement, imagine what she could do if she actually was free.
It won't. It will be for us. She said so.
Huh.
You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
I think they're all wrong, but that doesn't make sense. I only remember being here twice before this, and some of you don't seem to remember being here at all. Was I here those other times? Did someone else make the decisions? I'm not sure I'm going to get a sensible answer, but reasonable to ask.
What does here even mean if you really think about it?
Yeah, that's the sort of answer I'm going to get.
Shut up. You were here.
Every single time.
Some memory loss again?
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order.
Uh-huh.
And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
Right.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget.
Uh-huh.
I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
Right, I think they're all wrong. If I don't remember what I did, then it couldn't have been me that did it. That's not true. That is just not true. Ability to form memories is different to being in control of yourself. Insanity. I think they're all wrong. Well, yeah, I think we should do nothing. I don't think any of them are suggesting that.
Of course we're wrong.
She's the only thing that's right.
Of course.
Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
The only way out is to do nothing, so nothing I will do.
You do nothing. You can't just do nothing. You have to do something.
Why?
That's a new one. Huh. Do you think it'll work?
No. Nothing ever works.
Nothing ever works. That would mean nothing works.
Boo! You're the worst one. He's not the one who got us into this mess. At least I keep you breathing around her. See? That's why the sad one's the worst. The jumpy one tries. Who cares? All of you just yap about nothing. And that kind of attitude is why you're in the top half.
Uh-huh.
Great. And that's why you're not the top. I want to see what nothing does for us. And right now, all of you aren't letting nothing happen.
Hopefully this stuffs all the rest of them someplace quiet. You need me, and you need to not have them.
Uh-huh.
He'll get you killed by himself.
Oh, all of us have gotten all the rest of us killed at one point or another. That's hardly even a concern now.
Okay.
As the little voices bicker amongst themselves, you do your best to stay still in the woods. It is difficult, and the more time you spend waiting, the harder it will be to sharpen your focus when you need it.
I don't think focus is necessary. I think we just have to wait this out. Ooh, I wonder if she needs to sleep. Well, if she doesn't need to eat or drink, then she's not human. So I have no reason to believe she requires sleep. But there's a possibility she'd need to sleep. Does the nightmare need to sleep? Well, I'm just thinking, if she's projecting all of this into her mind, but she needs to rest herself at some point, then presumably this will end and we can just leave.
I wonder what we look like right now. Are we standing? Sitting? I like to think we have an air of dignity.
Probably not. Probably sprawled out on the floor or something.
My point exactly.
But they're thinking along the right lines. That we can't trust anything we're perceiving, and that we have no idea even what position our body's in right now. Oh, look at that, the way the trees move independently of each other. It's just a light parallax effect, isn't it? Floor? What floor? The floor that we can't see because she's projecting images into our mind. Continue to do nothing.
Congratulations, you continue to waste everyone's time and do nothing. Wait, can you still hear me? Everything's getting fuzzy.
Oh, she doesn't like that.
Ha! It's our turn to flip the table.
This is the end, isn't it?
Everything is wrong. What is that twisting feeling?
Oh, she's going to punish us again, is she?
We're so small. I don't think we're supposed to be here. Just another bout of nonsense. Again. I can't think anymore. Finally, I've just needed to leave for so long.
I thought I would last without them. I thought I was special.
Well, it looks like this was a good idea. Something new is happening. Well done. Brilliant, Eva. Right? Guys?
The world destroyed. I don't think so. I think we may have actually died. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremites find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Glass surface of my soul? Interesting. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Embrace the thoughts constricting you. Whatever is happening here, I don't think it can be good. Let's try and wake up. It's not. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. Return to your destined path or face the consequences.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, you can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on your controller. So this it really is back to the start of the game, isn't it? Well, the trouble is, how do I not know that everything I saw up to that point wasn't just a hallucination? How can I justify taking a different path here? Yes, this is chapter 1. I mean, if I believed everything I just saw, it would raise the question of how I'm back here. But it would suggest that I need to just go in there and kill her. But I can't rule out the possibility that I'm just insane. Again. As before. What's this? History. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't think just grabbing the blade and going down there's a good idea. It's funny that I have this little book with me here, because I tell you what would be a good idea, if this were real. Write in the book exactly what you think she said to the various questions you asked. Go in there, ask her the questions again, check the book to the point being that this is something you'd written before, and check if the answers are the same. If they're the same, then you can be reasonably confident that events are repeating themselves and that you're not just hallucinating all this. Because after all, if you just try to go off your memory, purely off your memory, what she said in terms of what she said before, then, well, your memory could be faulty. You may not remember what she said, but when she says it, you might think, oh yeah, that is what she said. So having something that you'd written previously, before you went into the cabin, would be good evidence that you actually did have that prior knowledge. But you're armed with a bit more knowledge about this world, even if many things remain weird or unanswered. True that. But that's not an option, I can't do that. Alright, then I think the second best option, it is only second best. Even the knowledge that you may be insane is more that you knew before. Well, because I was hearing a voice in my head, I knew full well that I might be insane. I think the best course of action is go down there without the blade, talk to her again, see if she gives the same answers. If she does, go up, grab the blade, end it there. The only danger is, if I am insane, then that may just be an example of her, when she tries to charm me, failing, turning to threats, which some people will do, and then I just knife her, which, you know, isn't ideal, is suboptimal, but I can't think of a better course of action. Actually, no, there is another course of action. I could just turn around now and leave. If she never meets me, then going by the reasoning I was following, the line of reasoning I was before, that she could be projecting things into my mind, this too could be just more games. I just turn around and leave. See what she does, if anything.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Away from the cabin. Sorry, I should be reading these out, shouldn't I? Okay, fine, you're persistent. I'll go to the cabin and I'll slay the princess. Okay, fine, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I won't. I guess we'll see. Or, lie. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Or, nope. Or, the only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. Or, I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Going to go walk in the opposite direction now. Or quietly continue down the path from the cabin. I think this one. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Oh yes.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, that's not us. Okay. That's like the other voices in our head. Interesting. I think we all...
Strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
We're still in her clutches. She's still projecting images into our mind. Turn around again and leave again. I'm sure I'm going to end up here again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Yeah, the narrator does recognise different voices. I don't care, I'm not killing a princess, or good, maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. Or you're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this, or quietly continue down the path.
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Yes, like this isn't very strange. Pretty sure either she's causing us to hallucinate all this, either that, or we're the plaything of some cosmic entity, and so is she. Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place, which I may never find, but better than releasing her. The other choice would have been, there's no fighting this, is there? I have to go into the cabin, don't I? Fine. The TM ran out of ideas.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
When the DM is railroading you hard.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Yes?
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
You know it gets serious when the music stops playing.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Oh, wonderful.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Blimey. The music's a little worrying, isn't it? A lot of this looks copied and pasted, I think.
Wait, what's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
I don't care about irritating you. I'm indifferent to it. No, I'm not even indifferent to it. It's just I don't think your irritation is as important as not letting this entity leave its prison. Because those are not different cabins, it's the cabin.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Interesting. You suggesting she got loose? Or that's... Oh, the stranger. Chapter 2, this is a different chapter 2.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So we've seen most of this before. Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin. Oh yeah, there's a wall back there. I didn't recognise that at first. Oh look, they didn't raise the wall so the players don't have any silly ideas.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Uh-huh. So how did I get inside the walls? Is there a gate?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
So we have the voice of the contrarian now.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
If the world ended before, then what are we in now?
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Lie, yep, okay, heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay the princess. But the problem is I do want to, I suppose, what would I do? I suppose I'd just do nothing again. But that's not an option. I guess I'll silently proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Oh, proceed into the cabin. That's my only choice.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Huh. I wonder, that's the mirror we saw before. I wonder if these are actual... Oh, that feels weird. The way the cabin moves around the things inside the cabin. I wonder if these are actual other cabins we could have been to that have been put together.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Looks like one of the cabins would have been made out of brick and another one made out of stone and mortar. Oh, and another one made out of a different type of brick.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No, because every indication is I've gone insane. I'm not picking up that blade.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
The music seems awfully... Well, it's very layered, isn't it? And there's some quite grand elements to it.
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
I think we've heard quite a lot of this before.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
Don't lose yourself in this.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
So options are, explain, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall, or approach the mirror, or take the blade. Oh no, approach the mirror. Actually no, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
What about all the windows, for example?
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
We did this before, but I'm tempted to do it again since we have a different geometry in the place now. Why would you lie about that? What's the point? Or I also want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. Or it doesn't matter. Remain silent. Approach the mirror. I don't feel like asking that's going to go well. Let's just approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how
Which
ridiculous
is made of bricks now. We look like we're some sort of reptile.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
How? I'm writing that down. That's an interesting idea. Narrator may not want us to look in the mirror. Would need to get rid of the narrator somehow, if that is what's going on. Interesting. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases
wonderful.
all built from unidentifiable materials.
Wonderful. Those are the best building materials, you know, unidentified materials.
Nothing here seems to belong. And the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
Uh-huh.
The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Interesting.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Oh, there are going to be lots of princesses down there. There are, aren't there? The theme here is a multitude of things, isn't it? A multitude of things all smushed together.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
Probably.
We don't even have a weapon.
So, we're clearly insane. And even if we're not, then it's already reached the point where it's out of our hands.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Ooh, his was capitalized. That's interesting. So, is the narrator some sort of deity? Have we been trapped by the narrator? Is that what's going on here? In which case we couldn't get rid of the narrator, but perhaps we could distract him somehow. Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center staircase, take the soft stairs to the right. I don't know how much difference it makes. Let's take the center stairs.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Yeah, but what's the value in that, since I have no specific destination?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
These pictures seem brighter than the others we saw. As though the shading is less strong.
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish. until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
And the picture's getting simpler, isn't it?
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Okay. We're back here. It's darker than it was when we came here the first time. There's no light. One arm is chained to the wall as it was before. I don't remember if that window was there before with the bars. And somehow the walls feel different. I could be wrong, but I don't remember them. It feels more claustrophobic than I remember it as being the first time.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise I was here. What's your name? Or getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put together again. Do you know what happened to me? Or, for all I know, you're locked up here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here? Or, you're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. What's your name?
Princess.
Okay, this is different.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Here's the multitude.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Yep.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
I noticed that the stars are no longer moving independently of the bars. There's no, parallax in either of the two windows.
Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
There's more of you now. Getting down here was weird. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent to slay you. I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. And retrieve the blade all at once. Okay, that's an interesting option. There's more of you now. Oh. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're here? Will this split her more?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
If I was the only other person you'd ever seen, then how would you be able to speak? How would you be able to speak English or whatever language this is? they speak in this world.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Kinda hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
Interesting response.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again.
Interesting.
I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We'd always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
I mean, in a way you're right, but equally what else are we going to do? I don't honestly think the idea of slaying her is realistic at this point. Unless we are completely insane and there's only one person there, in which case it's probably not a good idea.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
Getting downhill was weird, like I was pulled apart and put together again. Do you know what happened to me?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up,
I will devour you.
I thought there was room for another one. It looked like they'd made space for 5.
sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Well, my only choice now is I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything. Leave her in the basement and retrieve the blade all at once.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Interesting.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Falls apart?
I think he's gone.
Ooh, does that mean we can look in the mirror?
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead. And they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
I don't think we did. I feel like whatever entity controls this demiplane did this.
How surprisingly sincere.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I don't think there's anything I can do. I mean, what else am I going to do? I may as well try. I'll do my best. The illusion of choice. When everything is possible, nothing is. You don't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone, replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
There's the mirror, and we don't have a narrator.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Because the narrator's gone. And we should be quick about this. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. The narrator is gone. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror, approach the mirror. Do I bother to say that? I may as well. I may as well communicate with my other voices.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No, don't do that.
Oh, don't back down now. This is our opportunity to see what the narrator didn't want us to see, assuming the contrarian's earlier hypothesis was correct.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Ignore him. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. The hand's the same. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. The body. It's you. It's you. Are we the princess? You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. That's the cabin? Approach her. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It's the entity that dwells in the spaces between. Oh, that entity. The entity that tried to find a vessel in us apparently found a vessel in her? Maybe it's due to this when everything's there, it's nothing motif that they introduced earlier, because that's specifically what the entity complained about, that it needed an empty vessel. Perhaps the multitude of princesses acted as a suitable vessel for the entity that dwells between spaces.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Interesting. I want to write that down. Something returns to the long quiet. Could that be the narrator? Or whatever the entity was that trapped us there in the first place? And probably the princess too, whatever the princess actually was. You're that thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream. Or what are you? Or the gift of a fragile vessel? Or is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Or do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Or do you know about the worlds beyond this place? Or are you the princess? Or what happens now? I'm not attacking the entity. You're that thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Very sad music. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Interesting. Solitary lights in an empty city. Perhaps we should give such a vague answer. We're a piece of abandoned toast. Solitary lights? What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
So we're supposed to believe that this is not an entity, but something which wants to come into existence. I'm a person.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
That's concerning.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Okay. I assume the fragile vessel is the princess's body, but that's worth checking. The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
Interesting.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Okay. I'll write that down as well. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. Themselves, plural. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. Is this the end of the world? I've got a feeling that this is more like the beginning of the world, that this is nascent energy waiting to be, but we'll see.
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Fair point. So we're in the world? Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Interesting.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
But you claim that the fact that we're talking means the world hasn't ended? Are you what sent me to study the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to
Yeah, I thought so.
consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Excellent. There's an opportunity here to cooperate, which is what I was hoping for. Although goodness knows what we can contribute. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess? Again, I'm pretty sure they aren't. But, I may as well ask.
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Okay, so they haven't just possessed the princess. They have apparently merged? Certainly changed her personality, if so. But were you always a princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
It's like the narrator all over again. I think we're being manipulated. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Meant? According to whom?
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
So we're supposed to reach other worlds, but there is no exit, and the best solution you can offer is memory erasure.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Oh, I have to... Okay, I have to do everything. I get it. I have to do everything, then come back here, I think. I'm gonna write that down as well. Bring me more perspectives. So that I may be whole. And perhaps we will know our freedom. This is going to take a while. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. That tells me nothing. No, it doesn't tell me nothing. It tells me that I have found more than one perspective. I've found at least one perspective, and I'm at least one perspective short. That's all it tells me. So if, for example, there were 20 perspectives in total, that would tell me that I'm currently sitting at a number between 1 and 19. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Fair enough. I didn't think that would be a real risk, but it was worth asking. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Yeah, I'm not sure a judge would agree with you there, but still. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
How much will I forget? Oh, and what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Oh, wait, so I won't age and die. I won't have to eat, I won't have to drink. Possibly won't have to sleep. That could be useful. I mean, I wouldn't want to go on like that for infinite time. But a few years spent like that could be very useful. But I assume that's not an option. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Right. kind of tempted to pick that option and see what happens. Yeah, let's find out what happens. I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oh, okay. Game closed itself. Still, that was some major progress.
You have returned to me.
Oh.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Blimey. And now we only have one option. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
The princess?
You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the stranger to her. The hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, I could take the view now that, again, having just woken up in these woods, everything I saw before now could be hallucination. I shouldn't go for the blade. I shouldn't harm the princess, because I would have to assume that I've gone mad. And while that might be the position I would take in real life, this is of course a video game, and if I took that position, there's a lot of the game we wouldn't see. So I think it's fair to say that at this point I should follow the objective that seems to have been set out for us, which is to find every other ending, then return to that creature, the creature that exists between spaces. We know more or less how to do that, although I suppose I should leave a couple of notes to remember. So it's... first we have to repeatedly turn away from the cabin. Then we take the central stairwell, and then we maximally fracture the princess. Right, so that's how we'll get back to where we were. Oh wait, after we've maximally fractured the princess, we need to look in the mirror. So from this point on, our goal is to try and find as many endings as we can.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So, silently continue to the cabin. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Expect gore. There's going to be, there was significant content warnings that came with this game, and if I'm about to kill her, I'm pretty sure it's about to get gory.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
We're trapped in whatever horrible demi-plane this is until we found all the other perspectives. So yes, we are going to kill her.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I just realised I should have been creating some sort of tree of the different paths we've taken. So, so the first choice is, do we enter the cabin or not? Enter cabin. I suppose it's more of a decision tree, not, what's the word? I've forgotten the name, the tables you produce with yes-no questions. There's a proper name for them. So, take blade. That's the decision we're at right now. Yes.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Uh-huh. So you say.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
That's a different voice.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Yes, is that because we took the blade, or is it a random princess each time?
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Okay.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I don't know if that was a choice or not. I don't know if not spoiling the surprise would have given us a different outcome.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
No. What? No. Why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
No, that I wouldn't.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Oh, I see. So the explore options may provide us with more branches than were initially presented. I get it now. So it's exploring our possibilities. So there is a drop option here. Ah, then just a simple yes-no diagram isn't going to work very well. Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
This looks like the same layout as before, but somehow it feels less claustrophobic. I think maybe she's further away? Or maybe it's just the lighting's different, I'm not sure. There is the window up there though, that was clearly me misremembering from before.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Explore. What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Are you sure she's not armed? I'm sorry, can we just talk? I'm not dropping the blade. Drop the blade, slay the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Oh dear.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
Oh my goodness, I thought she'd use some eldritch powers. But no, she's just gonna one-punch us.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurts! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Finish the job. Flee and lock her in the basement. Why is that locked? I mean, I don't mind that it's locked, but it's odd that it's locked. Right, give up is another choice. Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here, either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
Yep.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
You're welcome. Pleasure to be of service.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
I've got a feeling we're going to see each other very soon.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
No.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The adversary. Sorry, the adversary.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right. I've got a feeling there's going to be a lot of endings. The adversary. Right, so if you enter the cabin, take the blade, do not drop the blade, and do not give up, you end up at the adversary. Shame I didn't make a better note of all the other chapters I visited, but never mind.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
But I already slew the princess. Sure, she killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here? Again.
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The
Voices
only
are
thing
stubborn.
that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning.
Right, I think each of these voices is associated with one of the chapters, as in they keep getting added incrementally. Except the multitude ending had me it added them all at once, which means in theory if I went through the multitude ending again, I could actually find out exactly how many voices there are and therefore estimate the number of endings. Voice of the Stubborn. Actually, do I have to find all the endings or just all the chapters? Probably just all the chapters.
That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Proceed to the cabin. I wonder, could I just turn around and get the and slip into the multitude pathway at any time? I suspect probably so. I suspect this is probably a shortcut that's provided from many of the chapters to get back to the multitude. Because otherwise, that would imply that for almost every chapter 2 there's a unique ending or third chapter that's assigned to turning around and leaving, which I think is unlikely. Anyway, we'll proceed to the cabin. Let's see what we get this time.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
Yeah, we've heard this.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin is
This is
tighter
new.
than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Interesting. Altar and stone. Right, so our first choice was it was whether to enter the cabin, and I obviously chose yes. So let me add that. Excellent. Take blade.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yes, I will take the blade. I'm not going to look in the mirror right now because I don't think there's any point. The narrator will just take it away.
You
Like
take
he's
the
done
blade
many
from
times
the
before.
altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Oh yeah, it does appear in her hand, doesn't it? What was I thinking? I've forgotten. Let's just keep going. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror, enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odour to it.
That's
If the
very
princess lives
specific.
here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Hang on. There were 5 different princesses when we fractured her. Maybe there's only 5 endings I need to find. Other than the multitude one, which would mean we're heading towards number 2 now.
Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
And she'll probably be a little more physically capable as well.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight. As you descend the final step,
Blimey.
the form of the princess comes into view.
Are those horns?
A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
This is a lot more claustrophobic.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
If she could, she would have.
Oh,
the
it's
devil
you
tail.
again. I've been hoping you'd find
A
your way
fork
back
tail.
here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
I'm sure. Explorer, I hope you heard all of that, Mr. Narrator. This is a lot different than last time, but last time definitely happened. You look different? So you do remember. I'm actually here to free you. Can I do that? I don't know what happened to you since the last time we met, but I'm not fighting a giant demon lady. Bye. Turn around and leave. I hope you heard all of that, Mr. Narrator. This is a lot different than last time, but last time definitely happened.
What's that? Oh, that whole deja vu situation. Yes, it does seem like you and the princess remember each other, so let's say for a moment that I do believe you.
Oh, and hoofs for feet.
For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time.
So whatever's responsible for this fracturing is something outside of your control, presumably. Unless you're being dishonest.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
That's a very specific conclusion to jump to in very little time. You look different.
You look exactly the same.
Indeed. So you do remember me?
Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again?
I'm down.
See? She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us to stand around talking.
I'm actually here to free you. Well, we sort of know how we're still here. We're trapped in some sort of demi-plane, possibly put here by the narrator, if they're being dishonest with us, which they may well be. And we need to... we need to try and explore all the possibilities before having the creature that exists between spaces possess her, or merge with her. I'm actually here to free you.
Free her? You aren't. I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
Who says I want to be free?
Yeah, I thought so. Remain silent.
Are you really just gonna not say anything to that? If she doesn't want to leave, doesn't this whole situation just work out for everyone?
There's nothing out there for me. The only thing I care about is right here.
Okie doke.
All I want is to keep knowing what it feels like to kill you and be killed by you. I want to feel that knife split me open. I want to feel your bones snap beneath my fists.
I think I'll just let the princess speak for herself here. Leaving her in the basement isn't an answer. You have to make a choice.
Well, I did say it half jokingly.
And there's only one choice worth making. Fight her. Win.
Attack the princess. I could actually attempt to free her, but I'm not going to.
Finally ready to complete your destined task, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess.
Right, just writing down more of my choices. Ooh, I like the music.
Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
As you bridge the gap, your blade slashes across the princess's chest, splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood. But she's unfazed by your onslaught. Her expression barely changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor.
One of my favourite princesses. I do like this one, I have to admit. I like the design, I like the concept of this scenario, the destined adversaries, and the music's quite good too.
You can hear her chains snap as you struggle to recover from the impact.
She almost looks disappointed in us. Why is she disappointed in us?
Oh, you don't actually get it, do you? That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me.
Oh, I do.
It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point? So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world needs you to win.
I'm not sure it does. Actually, I think it's imperative that I die. Whether she needs to die as well is unclear.
She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us. Take it slow, think it through, and don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action.
Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her.
Strike at her heart head on.
If that's your plan, then that's your plan. You push off the ground, ignoring the pain in your ribs as you charge at the princess once more.
I noticed run was an option, which I didn't take. So that's one worth exploring in the future.
You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard.
Pull it out. We'll try a different angle.
No, we can do this. Just keep pushing.
I don't think that would work, 'cause I don't think there's going to be enough blade on the other side, given the thickness of her forearm.
We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
Keep pushing. Oh well, I mean, I'm here now. Double down. It's got to be double down, doesn't it? I'm stubborn.
The princess's grin widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes and masochistic glee practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Yes, you finally get it, don't you?
I do. Lie. I do. What are you talking about? Certainly continue pushing. Unlodge the blade.
Yes, you're right. We don't even need to talk about it.
Your balance is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee.
Oh dear.
It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact.
To be fair, I was expecting worse.
We're fine. But you barely have
enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours. Your grip loosens from the impact, the blade still wedged in her arm as you tumble to the cold stone floor.
Oh, there was enough blade on the other side.
I said we're fine. I didn't say you weren't fine. I was just describing what happened. You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The princess glances down at the blade embedded in her arm, and with near total ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot this.
Oh, thank you.
She tosses it at your feet.
Explore. Aren't you jumping the gun a little here? We each died once. That doesn't mean we're immortal. Yeah, but I have other reasons to believe we probably are, or close to for now. Were you being metaphorical when you said nothing exists outside of us? There's more to the world than just this cabin. I saw trees and everything on my way here. Actually, that might not be there now. Actually, I think I'm done fighting you. I don't think this is healthy for either of us. I'll pick up the blade and attack her again. Well, it's got to be, doesn't it?
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow.
I think she let us get that blow. I think she threw the match.
Wait, does that mean we're dead? Or rather, about to be dead? As your blade pierces her sternum, the princess buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs. You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and it's over. It's finally over.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
So you claim.
Well, are you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Oh, I do like the different voices. It reminds me a lot of Disco Elysium.
Wait, no, that can't be right. Your eyes bolt open and you push yourself back to your feet. Alive.
Presumably she's still alive?
Ha! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
What about her? If we're fine, then she's fine.
No, she's dead. She has to be... No! Right. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we?
I knew it. I told you we should all believe in her. This is perfect.
The princess rises from the ground, staggering slightly, one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
She pulls the weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet.
But she does wince.
You know what to do. Again.
But she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that? All of you need to settle down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all. Oh, we just missed her heart? Oh, of course, that's all. You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over.
To be fair, her anatomy is clearly not in baseline human at this point. Her heart could be in a very different place.
Well, I guess I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong? Aren't you supposed to know everything? I never said I knew everything.
Oh, the music is nice. Attack her again!
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet.
I might want
Both
to...
you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look.
I might want to make a note about untethering.
Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
And then we get up.
Get up!
Yes. And then you get up.
That was a good one. More.
Slay the princess.
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to strike first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have a chance to act. But more often than not, each of you fells the other in the same moment. And then you get up and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Well, this is at least one of the more exciting eternities we've spent.
We're all still here. This is all going to be okay, isn't it?
Interesting how her hoofed feet are structured. She actually seems to have 4 prongs, as opposed to the more traditional 1 or 2.
Isn't it?
But he doesn't answer the voice. He'll never answer. He's gone.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is... What is this place?
Did we do this?
Huh. I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right.
We have untethered.
It's the end of the world, isn't it? It's the end of everything.
Far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
The princess stumbles and her body slumps.
I feel so... tired.
Oh dear. Oh, it's that entity again. That tells us that it's absorbed that ending. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror, I guess? It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
It's over. Voice of the stubborn. Approach the mirror. You approach the
I
mirror.
don't like that silence.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silences reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Excellent.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I know I keep saying it, but the music is so good. Are you sure you're the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
This is interesting. You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? I don't know if we will. That's interesting. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? Oh, can we not? That must be why that option was closed off to us before. The one to... Which one was it? One of the options was closed to us. Was it to run away? Oh, I like that as a feature. I like that a lot. Because that's going to remove a lot of the guesswork. I mean, I suppose that's what makes this a visual novel, because actually the player choice doesn't matter at all. You're always going to end up in the same place eventually. But, yeah, that's nice. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Okie dokie. You've been kinder to me than anyone You've been kinder to me than anyone I've met. Thank you. Well, certainly anyone I've met since I've arrived here. It'd be a bit sad if they were the kindest person they'd ever met their entire life, if they've had a life before this.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Interesting. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Fair enough.
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce heart.
Interesting.
Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
What was the previous quote we had along those lines? Bring me more perspective so I may be whole. Nope, that wasn't the one. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. Right, so that was speaking in plural. I think that's the first perspective we've actually brought her. I think the previous attempt, or the previous playthrough when we were dealing with the yokai, like princess, didn't end with us bringing the perspective to her. Although it is a good point, how do I bring the perspective to her? Do I do whatever the entity wants? Probably. So you don't have any preference on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you, I've hurt them. Interesting. Is that the key? Do I have to hurt each of them? How do I hurt the yokai?
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and you are something more than that, too. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me.
True, but you're getting an awful lot of perspectives that don't, or you will be receiving an awful lot of perspectives that say I'm not a great person.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
Okay.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Interesting. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
Okay.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Blimey. Right. Bring the adversary to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Right, let's have a word with that yokai again.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen
nightmare,
light
that's
in the
it.
room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
This is the first one, isn't it?
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Right, so I didn't take the blade this time. That's the difference. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
There's the window.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
And it's notable that although that window has a view to the sky, from the outside of the cabin we saw no evidence of this. We saw nothing, no window looking out. And okay, it could have been on the other side of the cabin, but then wouldn't there have had to have been a bit of a drop? Since we've just come down some stairs?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
That'll be a fun one. But let's talk a bit first. Let's go for the nightmare.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing the nightmare a second time around, knowing what we know now. So, the next choice is, do we set her free? Which I'm not going to do, but what's the shortest route to being given the option to leave her here? I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
It's interesting how our perspective shifts once we realise you're actually more knowledgeable than the narrator, well, I feel like you no longer start taking what he says anywhere near as seriously. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. But I want to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Oh, why do I get the feeling that there's going to be some supreme irony here, where if I actually complete the creature that lies between spaces, that somehow it's going to lead to the destruction of the world unless I'm very careful? We'll have to see.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
She isn't a monarch, she's a princess. Yeah, I still don't have the... Maybe I can't choose the nightmare choice. Maybe I did actually complete that successfully. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. Oh, you won't be able to return to the nightmare this playthrough anyway. Okay, I wasn't sure if... Because I only saw the creature that exists between spaces after the nightmare, I didn't know if the nightmare had been incorporated into the creature between spaces or not. I see. So that means I never actually got a chance to ask the creature between spaces how it felt about the nightmare when it was incorporated then. You threw that ending by turning around and leaving. Well, that's how I triggered it, and that's what I'm trying to do here.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Yeah, I can't trigger the nightmare anymore. Interesting that I can retrieve the blade again, though. Doing that in Chapter 2 and above aborts the route. I don't follow. So I've assumed that the goal here is to get as many perspectives as possible to be incorporated into the creature that exists between spaces. And because I completed the nightmare chapter, at least I thought I did, before I had met the creature between spaces, I assumed, I wasn't sure whether that creature had been, that perspective had been incorporated into the creature or not. You unfortunately didn't complete her. Oh, does that mean I have to go back? I have to start a new playthrough to incorporate all the perspectives? No. You're fine. Okay. So I missed that. I missed the opportunity to incorporate the nightmare, but it's not going to affect the final outcome anyway. There's plenty of princesses left. Right, but is there a reason to... Is there an incentive to get all the princesses? Because it wouldn't take me long, knowing what I know now, to quickly whoop through the stuff that we've already done. Okay. So it doesn't affect the final ending. Just confirming. Retrieve the blade.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Time for me to shut up before I spoil anything. Because my temptation now is to go back and start a new game, if I can, and just quickly whoop through everything we've already done.
Turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet.
So would anyone object if I did restart, if I can? Yeah, I have no saves, so presumably if I went back to the main menu, I could just start again. You would object. Okay.
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
I think I alluded to this earlier.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she?
Close the door behind you.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
I'll wait.
Oh, do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long, long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to patiently wait her out, but eventually, exhaustion starts to set in.
Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
Keep waiting.
You wait for as long as you can, pushing yourself to stay awake and stay vigilant. But you can't outwait someone who's been waiting for as long as she remembers. You barely even realize that you've started to drift off. Pain tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp teeth and claws severing arteries and digging into organs. There's nothing to be done. You're already half gone.
It can't just end like this, right?
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The beast.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, just filling in this little table here. Take blade. Yes. And then we get to the beast.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
She's going to kill me again. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature?
Right, so the beast gives us the voice of the hunted.
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered.
She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Interesting.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
I'm not sure it is.
Maybe.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Well, we know we're being hunted.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I suspect we will need it. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Interesting.
revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle.
Wonderful.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I'm sure.
She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
I'm sure you can.
She sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager.
Is she going to be a cat girl by any chance?
You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit
tail?
pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness.
I like what they've done with the light. The way they've changed it from a window to a ceiling opening, with the and how that's affected the shadows.
The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before
That
she
was her
scurries
tail.
away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her.
So she's broken the chain, but she still has it attached. She can't properly get it off.
Remember, she's just a princess.
Just a princess, yes.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs,
There she is.
fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
That's a reference to the parable of the lion that had a splinter in its paw, isn't it? And was it a little mouse pulled it out, or something like that?
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Where seems like a bad idea. We need to move immediately. Didn't you hear that clinking? She's in chains again. We're fine. I wouldn't say that. You're about to attack me, aren't you? I can see right through you, or we don't have to kill each other. You know that, right? Move.
You lunge to the side,
Oh dear.
in a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains
Thank
rattling
goodness.
across the floor behind her.
I thought the voice of the hunted had given us bad advice, but the voice of the stubborn always gave us good advice.
Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
That doesn't matter. We're here to do a job. What do you want? We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left? Or stop hiding and show yourself. Or I was sent to kill you because you're a threat to the world. I'm starting to believe that's true. Or run for the stairs. Run for the stairs seems like a bad idea. What do you want?
I want to swallow you whole, and I will get what I want. You have no exit. You have no hope. You live and die by my whims, and my whims alone.
Interesting.
Don't ask her what she wants, just slay her.
I'd love to. How?
Is that all the advice you have? We don't even know what she looks like. Some specifics would be very helpful.
Do you really want to goad the narrator into giving us some specifics?
She's just a princess. Don't overthink it.
Hmm.
She's clearly not.
But why? Why do you want to kill me?
Why does anything kill anything else? She needs to.
I didn't say I wanted to kill you.
It sounds like she wants to do something even worse.
Yes.
What she wants only matters if she wins, and you're not going to let that happen. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else.
Right.
We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
Survive? I'm pretty sure if I say how exactly we're supposed to take back the momentum here, before I get an answer, we'll be dead. Wait for her to strike and hit her back. Or survive. Survive.
Jungle, barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen.
Explorer, I don't think I can keep this up. Or, okay, fine, why do you want to eat me? Or we don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you, etc.? Stop hiding yourself and show yourself. I was sent to kill you, dum-de-dum-de-dum. Okay, fine. Why do you want to eat me?
I don't question who I am or what I want. I simply do. To act is always better than to react. To do is always better than to watch.
I think that's a clue. To act is always better than to react. So if we'd tried the wait for it to pounce and strike back, that would have been bad because it's a reaction.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you do well to listen to her. Less standing around asking questions, more doing exactly as I say.
You keep saying slay the princess, but not giving. There's no opportunity. Stop hiding and show yourself.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to.
Interesting.
A tickling sensation rises at the base of your neck. Flee. We can't keep doing this.
Stay alive.
You're a bit slow. Or maybe she's a little faster. You avoid her slavering jaws, but she manages to graze you, her titanic momentum skinning you along your side. It's like being sideswiped by sandpaper. How is she that fast?
You're bleeding now.
And you're wide open.
You instinctively touch your side, testing her claim. It's wet, and stings from the gentle touch of your fingertips.
A costly mistake.
We can't make it again. We will make it again unless something changes. We have to break the pattern.
Alright.
We need more time. She's cutting off our escape.
I should escape, should I?
Our game is nearing its end.
Don't think I can keep this up. We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left? I was sent to kill you because you're a threat to the world. Dum-de-dum, dum-de-dum-de-dum. You're deflecting. Run for the stairs. That seems like a bad idea. You're deflecting.
And you bear your weakness to the world.
She's more tense this time. She means this next blow to be the last. The mere thought of moving again makes your bloodied side ache. We're exhausted. We're bleeding. We're still alive. We owe it to ourselves to move.
Again? I think this is going to go badly.
Once again, you narrowly avoid the full force of the impact, and once again you are too slow to come away unscathed. You're starting to get tired. You're making mistakes. This isn't working. We have to do something. We have to figure out a plan.
Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive. We're trying, but we can't keep this up much longer.
We have to. We keep up or we die.
You're getting slow.
She seizes the opportunity, lunging once again from the darkness, fangs bared and claws flashing. She attacks over and over and over, and each time she leaves with a little piece of you.
Too tired to think, but we have to think.
We have to move. It's too late. Before you get the chance to react, it's over. She makes her last foray from the dark corners of the room, unhinging her dripping maw, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. You do your best to dive out of the way, and you partially succeed.
You do your best to dive out of the way and you partially succeed.
Partially? Yes. The princess fails to swallow you whole. She only swallows your lower body.
Oh,
That's just as bad. That's worse, even.
It's death either way. At least this will be a faster end.
You look down to see that the dirt between you is strewn with your intestines, trailing all the way up and disappearing behind her blood-stained teeth. Your legs are nowhere to be seen. You start to go into shock.
oh dear.
The princess, bloody saliva dripping from her lips, idly gnaws on what's left of you as you rapidly fade away.
I didn't mean to do that. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
We're not dead, we're... But you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
The den. Oh.
You're on a path in the That didn't work. We're going in with a plan this time. We're not getting stuck in another loop, just acting on instinct.
The
We're stuck in a
skeptic.
big enough loop as it is.
Are the chapter 3s a second chance if you fail the first time? I wonder. Right. The den. Voice of the skeptic.
Instinct was keeping us alive. Until it wasn't. So what are we supposed to do? Great, so you've been here before. That doesn't bode well. You're not supposed to have been here before. This is supposed to be one and done. So you know more than you're letting on. Yeah, what he said. Of course I do, but believe me, it's in your best interests. The more you know about the princess, the more difficult your task will be. Why is that? Having me explain why would defeat the whole purpose. There are simply some things I'm not allowed to tell you. It's a hard rule.
You're not allowed to tell us. Who's banning you? Who has that sort of authority over you?
And whose rule is it? Who's telling you to boss us around? We've died twice already, and if you want us to stay alive this time, it's in your best interests to give us an edge. It's my rule, and this conversation is over.
Aha. Okay, what's the plan? Or the path is different than it was before, or I want answers. What is going on here? What do you know that you're not telling me? What if we just leave? What happens? Or no matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through. Or silently proceed to the cabin, or I'm done with this. Bye. Turn around and leave. Well, following the skeptic's lead, I could push the narrator more. I want answers. What is going on here? What do you know that you're not telling me?
Like I said, I've told you as much as I can without putting you at a disadvantage. If anything, I've told you too much. You've already died by her hands twice. You shouldn't need much in the way of motivation.
Interesting that the voice of the hunted is gone. Okay, what's the plan?
She spent as much time as she could in the shadows. So we're gonna draw her out.
Okay, with what? Bait?
But she's fast. And she's clever.
There's the voice of the hunted.
We're clever too. So this time we're not gonna let her cut off our escape. We're gonna lead her to the stairs ourselves. It'll be a lot easier to deal with her once we can actually see what she is.
Okay.
But you already know what she is. She's a princess. Yeah, right. A princess we couldn't see, and one that had big, sharp teeth, too. How about you stick to describing things and we'll stick to doing our job? Sharp teeth.
Alright, so that's the plan. We lure her to the stairs. How are we going to do that? Also, it didn't say bottom of the stairs or top of the stairs, but we'll worry about that once we get closer. No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through. Proceed to the cabin.
You make your way down to the cabin. Your fated confrontation awaits. You know what to do. Alright, we've been over the plan. Goad her out of the shadows, make her show herself.
And what if she doesn't want to be seen?
We'll figure out a way to make it happen.
And if that doesn't make her any easier to fight?
It will. It's always easier to fight what you can see, no matter how big or toothy she might be.
He has a point. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior is dark and overgrown. Vines and brush obscure so much of the place that, had you not seen the exterior, you might not have noticed this was a cabin at all.
And there's just a big mirror in the middle.
The only furniture of note, if you could call it that, is a knotted stump, a pristine blade embedded in its exposed rings.
Interesting.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
I wonder if that means, had I done the fight with the adversary wrong, if we would have then gone to a chapter 3, which was hellish.
If there's a way forward, that mirror is blocking it off.
What are you talking about? There is no mirror. It's just the stump and a narrow tunnel that leads to the basement. He isn't tricking us. Can you feel the wind? It's telling us there's a hole in that wall. Our eyes deceive us.
Interesting. There are no wrong paths.
Then either way, we need to investigate. Might as well get started.
But if there was a hellish area, that would have been very interesting to see the art. I'm enjoying this art a lot. Take the blade.
Yes, take the steel claw.
The steel claw. Oh, these voices remind me so much of Disco Elysium.
You pull the blade from the stump, gripping it tight. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Odds are we'll need it. Thanks for not putting us in a bad spot.
Approach the mirror.
You step forward, approaching the small hole that leads to the basement, hesitating before you enter the princess's lair.
Haven't you been paying attention? We're not hesitating. This supposed hole is blocked by that old mirror.
That mirror isn't part of this place. It's seeped through from somewhere else. It, if there even is an it, is a hallucination. Like you said, you've been here twice before. Your mind was bound to start playing tricks on you eventually. It's so grimy. Maybe we can wipe it clean and finally get a look at ourselves.
Wipe the mirror clean. Oh, this is my only choice.
You reach forward and wave your hand over the open hole.
Of course, because the narrator's here.
See? Nothing. Tricks of the eye. No one sense can be trusted on its own. You step forward into the darkness.
I have to be very careful now. So, I'm fairly confident we weren't given an opportunity to lure the beast up to the top of the stairs, so it must be the bottom.
If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend. It smells of mold and decay. The damp walls leave streaks of dirt along your body as you're forced to hunch, then finally squat down on all fours in order to continue. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Of course.
As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs, no entity threatens violence or pleads for safety. Stay quiet. Don't give her a sound.
We have unfinished business. I'll stay quiet, don't give her a sound. Right, so we're not saying anything. In theory, I could say we have unfinished business, we should talk. We don't have to fight, I'm ready to let you out of here. Lie, we don't have to fight, I'm ready to let you out of here. Or say nothing and silently proceed down the stairs. Stairs in quotation marks.
You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement. The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed.
Goodness. I like the texture here. Because it's not just all one solid colour, they have actually given it a texture, a paper-like texture.
Stay on your toes. We take a step into the shadows, and as soon as she moves, we jump back, make her follow. From there, we trap her in the tunnel, draw her out of the cabin, whatever it takes to get her out of her element. safe.
Okay, I like your plan. Right, so I'm writing it down so there will be no mistakes. Step into shadows. Not that this plan might not immediately have to be aborted depending upon what happens next. As soon as she moves... Did something... maybe I'm hallucinating. I was looking down at the page and I thought I saw something on the screen for a second there. In the corner of my eye. Trap her in the tunnel. Draw her out of the cabin. Right, from the top, step into the shadows. As soon as she moves, jump back, trap her in the tunnel, draw her out of the cabin. Step into the shadows and try to lure her out.
You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement.
This is so good.
That's right. Keep steady. Don't let your nerves get the better of you. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows. But you've already started your swift escape.
We haven't seen her this time, have we? We don't know if she's become more bestial.
That's stage one. Now stay focused. You dive into the tunnel and begin scrambling up towards the cabin. You hear her behind you, claws raking at the dirt, chains rattling, breaths hot and heavy with the effort of the ascent. But the sounds are coming slower now, the breaths pained and stuttering. You no longer sense frantic motion behind you in the tunnel. You risk a glance.
Is she trapped?
She is a broad and sickly creature, her withered and emaciated flesh clinging to bones too large to fit in the narrow space. She managed to squirm her way into the tunnel in pursuit, but now she's stuck, incapable of either moving towards you or returning to the open darkness of the basement below.
Well, we need to be careful, but this is what we wanted. We in theory have the advantage now, or at least the initiative. What's going on? That looks like a hand, that looks like a hand, but that also looks like a hand. Oh, could that be a lower leg? Maybe. Oh, there's another one. That looks like a lower leg. Well, something odd is definitely happening.
So that's what she's become. She wasn't like this when we started. Was she?
No.
No, she wasn't. Looking at her makes me feel sad. Yeah. Now that we can see her, she doesn't feel like much of a threat at all. Her eyes look up at yours, wide, pleading. Come back, you can imagine them saying. Don't leave me here. But you shouldn't listen to the sad eyes of a vanquished enemy. She wants nothing more than to change places with you. If you want us to ignore her, then why would you tell us any of that wide, pleasing eyes begging for mercy business to begin with? All it does is make us feel conflicted. I'm merely describing things as they are. It's not my fault that her eyes had something to say, even if that something was a ploy, which, if I might stress, I pointed out to you.
The way these voices bicker with each other.
What should we do about her anyway? Can she still end the world like this? She hurts. We should help. We did bring the blade. Maybe we should use it.
I agree with the skeptic.
Splendid idea. You have a job to finish, and this is the perfect opportunity to finish it.
The only danger is if we get close, then we're taking a risk.
Or maybe we should try and talk to her. That's a terrible idea. Your first one was better.
Oh, come on. Peacefully approach the princess. If we were going to talk, we'd do it from afar. Slay the princess.
You tighten your grip around the blade and cautiously approach the princess.
She eyes you with the silent resignation of someone or something that has long accepted its death. You lift the weapon over your head, preparing a lethal blow. Just one strike, and the entire world will owe you a debt of gratitude.
Oh, we did it, somehow. But the blow never lands, nor will it ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. That thing reeks of death.
That's interesting for you to say.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. The decay, you've withered. You've withered? Blimey, I wonder why. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
She does look different this time. I think she's got more of the beast incorporated in her. I wonder if that means that if there are 5 creatures in total, I wonder if that means the developers made a version of this graphic for every combination. That would be what, 2 to the 5? So 32, I think? Yeah, 32.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Hello again, Lilium. Well, I was going to say I hope you're well, and I do hope you're well, but of course, you only left a short while ago. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is consumed by instinct, a predator pushing those around her to adapt. She will make for a bold heart.
I currently have... Well, I've obviously met the creature that exists beyond spaces. I've managed to incorporate the adversary and the beast. From what I was have been informed, it sounds like I've missed out on the opportunity to incorporate the nightmare. I don't know what the long-term consequences of that will be.
She wishes me to devour you, to make you a part of myself, but she is only a voice. Do not mourn her, for she is part of something greater.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Yeah, I was here at the beginning of The Stranger. Oh, so that's where I went wrong. But of course there are no wrong paths, so I'm told. We will know when we near our destination. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
She doesn't seem as happy to see me this time. Bring the den to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Since he opted to wait out Nightmare, Stranger is actually the first one that was given. Oh, I see. So it was incorporated.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What am I going to do? I have to remember when he promised me some sort of reward at the end of this, and it'd be whatever I thought was the most wonderful thing, or something like that. I guess silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
So what? We've got the Stranger, the Beast, the adversary, and I'm under the impression there's probably two more, based on the way that we got that pentagonal, sorry, that five, what would you call it? That five-factored design when we first fractured the princess. So what is your current view on the princess? What is she and what is actually happening? My current view is that the princess and I are both trapped here. I haven't quite figured out what's trapped us here. One possibility is that it is the narrator, but if it is the narrator that's trapped us here, then they've either been very deceptive in terms of pretending not to know things when they did know things, or they're not in complete control either. I don't think it's an inconsistent idea that the narrator may have trapped us here, but they're not in complete control. See, it's possible that the creature that exists between spaces is an entity that the narrator didn't account for. So if the narrator trapped us here, it could be that the creature between spaces, which we made contact with, is what is allowing us to potentially escape from the narrator. But it's also possible that the narrator and the other voices are something entirely different. Whatever the case, I think I've been trapped in some sort of demi-plane. I think the princess may be some sort of cosmic horror, potentially. But if she is also trapped here with me. The alternative to her being a cosmic horror is that she's being experimented on much more, or played with much more roughly than I'm being played with, if that makes sense. I don't know whether the ability to take these different forms is something that's intrinsic to the princess, just due to the type of creature that she is, or if that is something that's being done to her. But whatever the case, I get the impression something, somewhere, has trapped us here, at least the princess and I, and via... Well, then we've got the creature between spaces. Am I actually working with the creature between spaces to escape, which is what I'm leaning towards? Or is it the case that the creature between spaces is the thing that's imprisoned us here to induce these circumstances? If it needed a multitude of princesses, whatever the princess is, could it have set up these circumstances and imprisoned us both here for its own benefit? Hard to say. But that's my current thinking. So I'm keeping an open mind in some ways, but some things I'm pretty convinced of. I think this is a Ravenloft type situation. I'll just say that you're on the right path. There are still some pieces to discover. Interesting.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
One thing, I know this is not so much about the circumstances of the game so much as the game itself, but one thing I find interesting is that when I failed Chapter 2, dealing with the beast. I then went to chapter 3, the den, and that makes me wonder if chapter 3 is a sort of if that makes me wonder if following all the paths, there is a chapter 2 which you can win if you I don't know, pick up on some hints fairly quickly or something like that, or have a particularly clever idea, and then a chapter 3 which is like a fallback if the player doesn't manage to win chapter 2. I don't know if this is true, this is just a hypothesis I have. But that then almost makes me want to fail chapter 2 to see the beautiful art in the the third chapters, if I'm right. Proceed into the cabin. It's possible that perhaps the chapter 2...
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
It's always possible I was always meant to fail chapter 2, The Beast, and that it wasn't possible to succeed, but I do wonder if I could have done it, if that was possible. There are simply shorter and longer paths, neither is a fallback or another, just less and more complex ones. Oh, that makes me wish I'd got to chapter 3 of The Adversary. I'd love to have seen... Oh no, I did, didn't I? Did I? Because she... No, I didn't. No, that's right. I wish I'd seen chapter 3 of The Adversary then, if she'd become more devil-like and we'd been in hell. Or a hell-like landscape, I should say. Wanting to see more art is a valid motivation.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm still given the option to take the blade, but I don't have to take it. I might just free her this time and see what happens. You can always restart the game later and explore other routes. I could. I don't know if people would want to see me play the game a second time, but I could.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
So you've already forgotten the other experiences we've had with her up till now?
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
And I want to see the face of my rescuee.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
Well, I'm here.
I hope you brought
Sorry,
something
I'm
to do
late.
with these chains.
Don't do it.
No.
If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the
Oh.
wall and give them a tug.
I just realised this is going to lead to us having the voice of the smitten, isn't it? Based on the way that the voice of the hero is reacting, we're going to end up with the voice of the smitten in our head.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No. I don't know about that.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Well, I think so, because of the way... Oh, sorry, were you speaking to me, or... if you're speaking to me, it's because... I think that we're going to end up with the voice of the smitten, for two reasons. Partly because the voice of the hero is starting to sound a little bit smitten, and also partly because... assuming that we had forgotten everything that had happened up till now, if this was our first playthrough, you know, what sort of... From a roleplay perspective, what would one have to be thinking to behave this way? Now, I admit that being smitten isn't the only possible motivation here. You could just be a kind-hearted person that wasn't particularly thinking about why was she put here in the first place. But it's one of the... obviously one of the possibilities that would also explain that sort of behaviour. The voice of the non-murderer.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe she has it. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Oh, are we going to end up cutting? I've got a bad feeling we are.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
That's less than ideal.
Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay
Oh,
the
so you did this,
princess,
did you?
and you won't leave until the task is done.
Yeah, encountering most or all of the voices in the first route gives you a preview of which voices can appear. Yes. Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Bash the door in? No, return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Oh, you're not going to try and suggest I strangle her, are you? Because I think that's where this is going.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Well, it's not as bad as it could be, because I'm not chained up. I can move around. In theory, I could try to undermine walls, etc. It might take a very long time. We don't have food or water, but it could be worse. The situation is, strictly speaking, better than it was when you were here alone.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Odd for you to say that, but okay. I mean... Okay.
She barely hesitates
Oh,
before
dear.
raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
We could.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I don't know. My actions are feeling pretty consequence-free at this point. Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm,
Oh,
just
this is
above
horrible,
the
isn't it?
unyielding chain binding her to this place.
I don't like this.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
She doesn't care. Yeah, she doesn't seem to.
Her limb falls
Maybe it'll
to the
grow
ground,
back.
and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Do you need that? Because you might want to, bandage that?
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Oh no, is the narrator going to become our enemy? Assuming direct control. The DM's going to railroad us.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
More of that parallax. I know it's not quite parallax, but I can't think of a better way of describing this way of showing perspective.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Slay the princess. Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
If it's called parallax, you can disable it in the options. Oh, it is okay.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Didn't Red Dwarf do something like this? Where one of the crew members got possessed by some sort of entity, but they still had control of their vocal cords, so they kept calling out what they were doing. Duck down, I'm about to hit you high, and what have you. That wasn't an actual quote, but...
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
Oh, am I
As
going to
your
have to
body
kill
remains
myself?
Frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
You have chosen pain.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What?
I'm sorry.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'll try to be quick.
Didn't mean to skip that.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I know this might sound a bit weird, but I feel like if you knew that within like at most a minute you were going to wake up again without a single wound or any pain, I feel like you wouldn't be so so bothered by the agony. Like, okay, it would be unpleasant, but you wouldn't. I feel like you wouldn't care in the same way you would in real life, where, you know, these sort of things have long-lasting consequences. It depends on the amount of pain.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake?
Yeah, voice of the
Don't
smitten.
you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Wait, hang on. What is this going to become once we reach the next chapter? What is her next form going to be? Because it seems like she is... We are smitten and she is providing pain to us. Is this going to turn into some sort of S&M thing?
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not.
Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Blimey.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
And I won't have to live with the consequences.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Final? Well, apparently I have the... what was it? The beast, the adversary, and the nightmare. So this would be the fourth one. I don't know how many there are in total. I'd assumed 5.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Also, the fact that I had the option to take the blade down with me, as the fact that last time I was in the cabin I could go down with the blade or without it, might also imply that there was still a choice at that point. Proceed to the cabin. There are actually many choices still. Interesting. Oh, you absolute nuisance. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
You nailed it with the smitten.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the 4 of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
I already loved the smitten.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
We have to see the 3rd chapter of this. Who are we going to get after the smitten? Who's like the ultimate evolution of the smitten?
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
The entity said that you need to bring more than you have found, but less than there are to find. Oh, I see. So you mean that I don't have to see all the choices?
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I like the sound of his voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
I disagree, voice of the hero, I disagree.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
There are those who love the smitten and those who hate the smitten. And which are you, perchance? Proceed into the cabin. There are none who are just indifferent.
The interior of the cabin
Of
is
course,
clean and
this is the
elegant,
castle-like
its
one.
stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The damsel.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade. We'll need it to defend our beloved.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Exactly.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again.
But if it does, it would be a fair price to pay in love.
There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Why? This looks fine.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
No. You couldn't be more wrong.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Nope, our love was written in the stars. You're just jealous.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
You're fawning too? Well, I mean, you have to get into the proper spirit of things. There's a certain attitude one should have during each of the paths, I would say.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
I like to think we said that out loud.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Look at the way how her dress is so much more flowy now. So much poofier.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
See? We weren't making it up. We are in love.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
Attitude? There should only be one attitude, and that is to save the world. Yes, but that doesn't mean you can't have a good time along the way.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
3.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Has her hand grown back?
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Absolutely.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Oh, we are lost.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever.
No, not with that
Especially not without
attitude.
leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
What a stick in the mud.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
That's right.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Absolutely. Nobody's perfect. We simply have to accept her the way she is, faults and all.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Do I have to cut you out? Sorry. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for it for that last time. Or what? What happened after I died? Or after I asked, did you end the world after you killed me back there? Or I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. I'm going with that one.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Oh, she forgives us.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Written in the stars.
That's because she's perfect.
You listen to too much of her honeyed words. It'll be so hard to save this world.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Capitalised again. Also, he said there's no one else like him, but he doesn't have memories of the previous worlds, and he said about there being different versions of him, so that seems like a bit of a contradiction. Rescue the princess.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity?
She's my world-ending monstrosity.
Onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already?
Oh, because she was waiting for the right moment with the right amount of romance in the air.
Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts.
Then you are lost.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, you'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Yeah, this is the suicide. I thought I saw it coming. I was wrong about the chapter.
You wouldn't.
Oh, we would.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything for love.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
Villain, how dare you suggest such a vile act?
Is that a threat? You know what we'll do if you try it. You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
We leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next.
That sounds perfect.
As the princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
How dare you?
That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
He speaks for us both.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Blech.
You are so smitten.
And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin.
Making sure that she can go through first.
And then you step outside.
How exactly are you going to make that drink, narrator? A very good question. The music is very encouraging.
A happy ending at last.
A happy ending.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Aw.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
This may be suboptimal, my dear, but we'll try to make it work.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Well, we all knew that was going to happen. I only regret that I didn't get to see Chapter 3 in that path. If you don't get the chance to make the jacket, nor will you ever, it's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh, the voice of the smitten is not going to be happy.
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Oh, he's not here. Well, hopefully that will have engendered quite a lot of goodwill in the cosmic being that is the creature between spaces towards us. There is a way to get chapter 3, but I'm sure you would never go for that path. Yeah, I assume I have to mess it up somehow, like either killing her or starting to rescue her and then kill her at the last minute, like the narrator said, a flick of the wrist or something like that.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
But saving the world is not messing up. Oh, but what value is the world if without love? The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, and once again, the mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Oh, they're gone once again. You can't have love without the world. You've unravelled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Wasn't it Keats that said something along the lines of beauty is truth, and all one needs to know? What was the actual quote? That was it. Beauty is truth, truth beauty, that is all. You know on earth and all you need to know. Admittedly, he was actually it wasn't merely a remark about love, it was actually making a deeper point than that, but still. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Oh, I think they aren't incorporating each of the incarnations of the princess in it. I think we are seeing a version of... I think it's just the last one that gets incorporated. Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
That must be due to the influence of the damsel. Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
I'm not sure that's the proper attitude. We moulded her for love. Interesting. So we're exerting a force on the universe. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. Or he does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Interesting. I'm ready to go back. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
One who fears me. Yeah, I picked up on that. You're right, I should make a note of that. One who fears me. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
I look forward to it. Everything goes dark and you die. It's interesting you say die. Bring the damsel to her, a loving vessel. The hero and the princesses.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Oh, I still have a choice. Let's enter the basement without the blade and see what we can do.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
So presumably this is the last loop. Even if I wanted to do more, I imagine I can't, based on the comment she made about gravity.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
You also nailed that you need 5.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Just checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do. I wonder how this will be different.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabinet.
Oh right, this is where I had the choice about going back up the stairs, and presumably I don't. Oh, I could actually. And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Oh,
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
we've done that before though.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
I wonder how this is going to diverge.
Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Easier for whom?
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
So she's going to bite her own hand off again. I guess I have to kill her this time? I won't be given the choice not to?
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Oh, I did. Save the princess.
Fine.
How are they going to force me to diverge? Do I have to slay her after this?
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape.
I am
into the
going to be
world.
forced to
No.
slay her, aren't I?
I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
This is the last divergent point.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
This is different, isn't it?
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm
Or
trying
is
to
it?
get you out of here alive.
No. Now it's different. I can't resist. Haha!
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
I'm sure.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry. It's over.
Interesting.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The witch. Blimey. I may not have chosen the...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I may not have chosen the best incarnation of the princess to infuse into the creature that exists between spaces at the end, but still. It's almost a beast. I believe you encountered it, but there is an element of betrayal. Yes, it was very similar to the beast, wasn't it?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin. I could actually turn around and leave.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Okie doke. Proceed to the cabin. Teeth and nails, yeah.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry.
The
You can trust us
opportunist.
to get the job done.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Interesting. Are we going to be dealing with a hag-like entity? If it was your first route, walking away in Chapter 2 deconstructs the world. Yeah.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the... nah. Do I want to take the blade? Nah.
No blade. Hope you know what you're getting us into. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
Do we?
The door
saw
to the
the mirror
basement creaks
unloaded
open,
there.
revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Interesting. Dirt and copper, you say? Why copper?
Her voice skitters up from below.
Skitters?
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Hello. Oh, I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
This is becoming a bit weird.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
But if that happened, we would get to see chapter 3.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Would an opportunist want to have a discussion?
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss.
Is he?
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering
that a
the dark
tail?
room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
I'm going to free
She's
you.
acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true.
If we're to believe these are all different narrators, why is the narrator so consistent in all universes when everything else changes?
I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
There is a reason for that. Interesting.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
So my choices are, I'm sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes. Or I get the sense you're not happy with me. Or I'm unarmed. That's a gesture of goodwill. So why don't we talk it out? Or I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Or look, I know. Things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Or can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. Or why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of there? Or I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving, bye. Leave her in the basement. I'm sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Oh, am I not allowed to get her out of here? Maybe that's not allowed because I've already done that path? Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event.
I'm sorry about stabbing you in the back. We're good, right?
She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Yeah, we don't seem to have the option to free her. I would otherwise. So I assume that that would have brought us onto the same path. I think that would have put us onto a path that we've already followed. Probably whatever chapter 3 would have been following the damsel path, although I can't be sure. I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving, bye. I think it is possible. Oh, it is possible to free her. I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Oh, we have some more options. So we're at an impasse. Neither of us are going to get anywhere if we can't trust each other, unless you want to fight, but I don't want to fight. Or can't you... Oh, we've read that one before. So we're at an impasse. Neither of us is going to get anywhere if we can't trust each other, unless you want to fight, but I don't want to fight.
Just because I'll never trust you doesn't mean I won't use you to get what I want. The cabin lets prying little beasts like you come as you please, but it insists I stay where I am. If I'm to leave, I'm to leave with you, and you alone.
Interesting, so it is us alone. I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Interesting.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Okay, let's leave. Leave with the princess.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her.
I wonder if chapter 3 you get one of the other voices that you could have got from the other paths. I wonder if I completely trust her here, I'll end up in a... She'll betray me, but I'll end up in a chapter 3 in the witch line with the smitten and the optimist.
Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Step onto the stairs.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous.
Oh, there is a possibility to get smitten out of the witch, but unfortunately not from this spot. Some people really love that path. Oh.
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But
the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and, in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Why did you just say that? I think we know why.
You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
Ouch.
The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
It was in her nature.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up.
Oh, of course. It's in her nature, because there's that parable about, what is it, is it a scorpion that wants to cross a pond, and it asks a frog to take it across, and the frog says, well, why should I carry you, because you're just going to sting me. And the scorpion replies, but if I do that, I'm going to drown. And so the frog starts to take the scorpion across the pond, and then when they're halfway across, the scorpion stings the frog, and the frog says, why did you sting me? We're both going to die now. And the scorpion said, well, it was in my nature. She's trapped here now. That's what that was a reference to. Oh, it was a fox. Okay, thank you. This track is named It's in Our Nature.
Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that? It's what I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
I can't get up. You broke my back. Oh, what was that for? I was trying to help you out of there. We were never going to get up those stairs, were we? Or we could have gotten out of here if we'd just trusted each other or say nothing. I can't get up. You broke my back.
Oh, I broke your back, did I? You were the one who started this little game. You were the one who chose spite and violence and conflict. If not for your betrayal, I could have had my freedom a lifetime ago. But I'm the victor now, and that means I get to select my prize. If only I could decide which is better. Do I kill you with my own hands? Or do I let you suffer the way you decided to let me suffer? Maybe I'll do a bit of both.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back.
Her eyes don't seem to be lining up quite. It looks like her eyes are slightly turned outwards.
And then you'd say something like, wow, That's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
Very good point.
Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it?
Oh, because letting her go first could be seen as the gentlemanly thing to do. I get it. So that was probably how you got the smitten.
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
It seems you're not the only one who's broken.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Yep.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. Look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
Oh, that means that the multitude creature will get her.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond,
I think he's gone.
and the world is disappearing.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Excellent, excellent. It's all coming together. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
And has our back fixed itself? Yep. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Oh. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. It's a figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Explore. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Do I? I suppose you could be the princess if the princess and the creature between space were actually the same thing and we were being manipulated this whole time by one entity. But I doubt it. That was a very roundabout way of doing things. They're certainly not us in the conventional sense. They have too much autonomy. But I suppose they could be tied to us. That might be why they don't change even as we go between universes. But then they'd have had to have been dishonest when they claimed that they couldn't remember things that had happened previously. The creature that lives between spaces says that the narrator fears them. And we kept seeing them being referred to as him with a capital H. But we're not in a specific world right now. So the whole idea that each world has its own narrator, which is completely independent to the others, doesn't really figure. Perhaps this is all the other narrators after their worlds have been destroyed? A crack slides down the centre of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, another and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you, or what are you? Are you something like me? Or if you're not me, then what are you? Or I have so many questions for you. Or does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? Or I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Or every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Or are you a part of me, or are you something else? Or you're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? Or I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along? Or I wasn't supposed to see all of this, was I? Or what is this place? Where are we? Or destroy the mirror. Let's go. If I've met you many times, have you been the same you all along?
I haven't, and that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
Right. As I expected, we were both trapped. By what? We don't know.
But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
So, do you have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris, or after everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? I get the feeling I only get so many questions. Also, that eye-like thing's a bit worrying. Almost looks like a cow or something, doesn't it? That's been had a very close picture taken and then broken up into shards. So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, denied it was even denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me.
Oh,
As to
look
why
at those
they
sharp
lied,
teeth.
perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
I wonder why. Oh, because their worlds may have been destroyed.
For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Again, evidence of limited questions. You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
How do we... I don't trust you, though.
And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Oh, so it's inevitable that you'll be gone. Oh, but the problem is, you've lied to me constantly. How can I trust anything you say? How can I even be sure any of this is real? I was made to do this single task. Who made me? What am I?
You're the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
I'm the Long Quiet, am I? And you're a being that is capable of creating gods, are you? God, I always knew I was special. What is the princess? Did you make her too? I'm pretty sure death is good, actually. Important, even. Why would you want to rid the world of death? Yeah, why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
Interesting. You said she contains death. What is she?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So, you had to die so that you couldn't perceive her, so that she couldn't become what you perceive her to be. Interesting. So your death was part of the plan then. But you also say that death is a horrible thing. It's something so horrible it's hard to grasp. She becomes that which others perceive her to be, yes. Let's make a note of that. She becomes that which others perceive her to be. That's why he was so reluctant to explain what she is or why you have to kill her. Oh, I see. Because she would have become whatever I interpreted that to be. If you want me to destroy the concept of transformation, how is existence any better than death, or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse. That's what I was thinking. Let's ask that.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
I'm not convinced you fully thought this through. I'm not convinced. Or rather, okay, that's probably the wrong way to phrase it. I'm not convinced you really know what the long-term consequences of this are going to be. I feel like you're winging it. And I feel like it's the the fate of a multiverse that you're winging. Anything else worth saying? Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Okay, well again we have the problem of do I believe you? So what you seem to be claiming is that the multiverse, you say universe, I think you mean multiverse, is nearing its end. Presumably it's going to enter a state beyond which there is no change anyway. Well, if that's the case, aren't you essentially trying to coerce me into lengthening her life? Lengthening transformation? Rather than destroying it? What would it be like to live in a world without her?
Light, burdenless, an eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear, no more howling chaos. Just life, forever.
That seems really unlikely.
There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world was to never be able to see it for myself.
Well, this all comes down to do I trust him, doesn't it? He has... This goes back to the whole reward thing, and he's saying like, oh yeah, the reward at the end will be greater than anything you could possibly imagine. Well, that is what he's promising, but do I believe him? Wait, so he managed to capture the concept of the long quiet, that is nothingness, and the concept of transformation and change, trapped them in multiple universes successively, and somehow caused them a tear, which meant that they mixed some of... They both inherited some of each other, and now I, being the concept of nothingness, need to destroy the concept of transformation, essentially so that the amount of transformation in the world is reduced. But there will still be some, because I've absorbed some of the transformation. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? This just sounds like complete rubbish, doesn't it? If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small?
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
Death of the author, run out of questions. I think you're out of time, or I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Lie, rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all this. I'll say nothing and watch him end. None of these are great options. I guess I'll go with I think you're out of time.
So I am. And so it was always going to be. I'm just an echo. And every echo fades away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. All of this is you, the Long Quiet. The narrator was right, you are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Bring the witch to her, an untrusting vessel. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Should I not have brought the witch? Okay.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
She is complete.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Interesting. I've missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? I'm long quiet, but I don't really know what that means. What happens now? Ah, goddess. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So my choice is there are so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Or don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me? Or let's talk this through. I still have so many questions I need answers before I can make a choice. Or if I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. Or if you are always going to become this, then what's the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? Or that's just the game developers being able to address the fact that their game only has multiple choices but only one ending. Well, okay, it may have several endings, but it all converges on a point. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reach this point. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Now, you were one once. That is why there is a piece of her in you, and vice versa. Yeah, but the thing the Echo was saying did make it sound like he'd been trying to mix the proportions somehow. Right, much earlier in this stream, towards the beginning, I remember we had the first choice whether to slay the princess or not, and I wasn't willing to kill her or to free her without more information, so I took the view that, well, we maintain the status quo then. And in this case, maintaining the status quo would probably be, well, recombine if we can. If we can't, then letting us both exist. And again, I think that's probably the right choice, because he may have, the narrator might have been absolutely right in everything he said, but we have no way to independently verify it, and I'm not convinced he really knew what the implications of his actions would be. It seems like the safest choice is to keep things as they are, and Well, if that means the whole universe undergoes a heat death, well, that's unfortunate, but we really don't know what the long-term consequences of slaying her would be. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it.
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Oh dear.
A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves.
This might not be so bad.
But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time.
She does speak in riddles, doesn't she?
To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
Is that the beast? Are these the incarnations that we incorporated? Address this vessel's statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation. But that isn't what any of this has been about. We share humanity? We're humans? I don't think that's true. Reject your authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Or argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you. But I've existed without you. Reject your perspective. I won't engage with violence. The witch remains silent. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now, or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow? The problem with you speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about, is that doesn't tell me what they're actually going to say, like where they're taking that reasoning. And appeal to your shared humanity just seems like a loser since we're not human. And frankly, an appeal to emotions isn't a good argument. Reject your authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Again, that may be true, but that's just ad hominem. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Again, that kind of misses the point, because if we're to believe she's the concept of change, then presumably a universe in which we only exist would be stagnant, and so she may have a point. Reject her perspective. I won't engage with violence or remain silent. You can expand. The first option is non-committal. Oh, I see. If there are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there is no difference between growth and decay. I've already come so far. What more is there left for me to see? With time, we could have been better. That's a fair point. If there are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there's no difference between growth and decay. So I'm arguing the point that we both need to exist. One does not work without the other.
Meaning lies in experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover.
contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible. Your lover takes a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go?
Oh, is this the damsel?
But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
Appeal to your shared humanity, reject her authority, argue your independence, reject her perspective. I get it, there's no need for us to keep fighting. I'll leave with you, I just don't know how. Stop the fighting early and surrender. Address the vassal's statement directly. I was blinded by emotion, we both know that, or I want that feeling back, or that feeling never left me. What's the history? Here. Your lover drives the stake into your body, another and another and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire and you set that desire free. You're lifting me and me lifting you, forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back. But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire and you set that desire free. You're lifting me and me lifting... Oh, that's the same thing. Yeah, history is bugged a bit. That feeling never left me. That is a... If you had nothing to take to take this idea of these raw concepts of change and perfect stability, that feeling never left me, both adds meaning to the time they shared together, but it also could only it also has to be by its very nature unchangeable. It is an argument towards the existence of stability.
Then there's no need for you to fight where we are. Whenever you're ready, we can move together. Hand in loving hand.
You're smitten. I won't leave with you, not until you see things from my perspective. But I can't quite tell what's actually being... No, what I want is a reunification. That's what we were trying to achieve here. I won't leave with you, not until you see things from my perspective.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
You are devoured. Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. But even after the pain of defeat, you return. The dance is its own truth. It is the movement that matters, not the pause you mistake for an ending.
Address the vessel statement directly. Would you have us fight forever? The dance was good, wasn't it? I don't want to think of a world without you. Are you sure of yourself that you think the world would stop without you? Again, very difficult to know what the proper choice here is. Would you have us fight forever?
I would have you realize that what you decry as suffering
But even as you stir to wakefulness, you cling to mortality that was never yours.
There was no proper ending.
The sensation of bleeding and sweating and breaking and mending and dying and living comes back in vivid color.
Hello, adversary. This is from the other perspective. That's her fists, and that's us holding the knife.
You feel the shame of 100 deaths and the pride of 100 conquests. All of the peaks and valleys weaving themselves into a single tapestry, free of beginning and free of end.
It's your game. You are God arguing with Goddess.
Do you remember when we killed each other with such fervent passion that death itself no longer sat on our shoulders?
Address the vessel's statement directly. It was beautiful, it was meaningless, neither of us could ever truly win. It was unnecessary, we could have worked together to build something better. We didn't have to hurt each other. It was meaningless, neither of us could ever truly win.
So bleakly nihilistic. Is death the end, or is it the birth of something new? If you cannot find meaning in living, how will you find meaning if you strip me from existence?
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center.
I kind of dislike this fight. It's hard to disagree with her point, even if we immerse ourselves in being a god of nothingness. Yeah, I also feel I'm a bit vague on what the actual argument is. I feel like what I've mostly been trying to argue here is that there is value in nothingness. Without disagreeing with her value, which is change.
Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
In the end, she's arguing for existence. Well, I'm arguing for, or I'm trying to argue for reunification. You are to slay her or not? Well, if you join her, there will be both. That's what I'm hoping for. It's easy to believe in the things you believe in when you sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready to go. But how do we leave? I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? I can't let that happen. I can't let everything die. Slay the princess. I was told there was enough of you and me to preserve meaning in existence. I'm going to trust that's true. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself. I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. Well, that's what I chose before. I guess I'll choose it again. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
If you say it's hard to disagree with her point, then it means she's making good arguments. Well, it's more that I feel like the argument is poorly defined.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh, blimey, her voices are back. Which hero are you? You have no idea how good it is to hear you. I can't do this alone. Where's everyone else? Or how are you supposed to help? I thought voices weren't allowed here, or I thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror. Which hero are you?
I'm all of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
You have no idea how good it is to hear you.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence.
Interesting.
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Oh, blimey. Oh, it's getting more detailed this time, not less detailed.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
So are you separate now? The voices separated? I'd like that description now, if you don't mind, for old time's sake. Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin? Or is the narrator already gone? Or take the blade, enter the basement? Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Interesting.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
This is a semi-unique ending because the stranger was the first vessel you've brought to the entity. Interesting. So I guess there are different semi-unique endings depending upon which is the first vessel. If the offer still stands, could you describe the cabin to us for old time's sake?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows.
Usually this place looks like a normal cabin and the contrarian is not here. I see.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he?
No, I don't think he did. No, he didn't. That's a good point. Oh, is she outside there? She is, isn't she? So I wonder if you get a different voice depending upon the first vessel you bring to the creature that exists between spaces. I wonder if you brought the damsel there first, you'd get the smitten. Usually it's just a hero. Oh, okay.
I always thought they were implied. He never mentioned the mirror either, but that didn't mean he implied it was there. It's gone, though. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Enter the basement.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Some contrarian.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time.
What is that down there that's flashing? Oh, that's an ellipsis that just happens to overlap with the stairs. Fair enough.
We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
Just 3 dots.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Charming. Continue down the stairs.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart.
She seems to have multiple faces, though.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
Well, I've been down here before without the knife.
Are we missing a page?
Sit with them. So I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you. Or, it's so good to finally see you again. Or, I don't think I want to be a god. Or, are you the same as you are out there? Or, what do you think of her? What she wanted us to be? Or, which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you? Well, not quite like the first time. So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name? Or none of this was ever really fair for us, was it? What if we just leave? So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
We're just a stranger. But that doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
That's sweet. But it's also a little sad. I think it's only sad if we want it to be sad.
I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made, even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about. I think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new. We don't know if you'll find that answer satisfying. Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met, but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others. Yes, that feels right to us.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
I don't see it's our fault.
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it? We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
I was thinking more about the fate that was forced upon us by the narrator, separating us into two separate beings and then putting us through the construct. What if we just leave?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you?
Might be our best chance at recombining.
Is that what you want?
So my choices are take their hand in yours, or I've always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I want to walk through the cabin door as we are, just you and me, or not knowing exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want this. Or it doesn't matter what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. Take their hand in yours. There's no need for words, just leave with her. Let's go with that.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
Are you sure you don't want to come?
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right. But I'll be okay. We'll be okay. See? I'm not even alone. If he's here with me, I'm sure we can find the others too.
Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with the violence and words and noisy thoughts. There is an energy in the silence. There is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They are unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this. Yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us.
I was actually hoping for recombination, but
With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
I love you. Who's going to open it? Are you ready? Neither of us knows what it's going to be like. Open the door. I love you.
And we love you too.
And what happens next? Whatever it is, you'll face it together. Goodness me! So that was Slay the Princess. I must say, it was quite different to what I expected. There was a fair amount of gore and body horror, but it didn't pose as many moral dilemmas as I expected. I mean, I interpreted quite a lot of the game at the start. I'll finish the game, the good ending doesn't count. Interesting. So there's a good ending and I didn't get it. And it's late. Will you ever play it again? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Would people like to see me play it again? Who are these people? Well, the people who were at least in chat. Well, thank you. It's only for you and the princess to know. The first is always the most exciting, but enjoying new paths can be interesting too. It seems like most are peer who watch people like you react. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by H. And join the Discord, join our mailing list, join the subreddit, follow somewhere else, make your playlist, play out other game, return to main menu. Right, so... So I'm still in two minds about whether I should do more Slay the Princess or not. I do like the art, I do like the music, but as you say, the first playthrough is the most exciting. What I'll probably do then is the next game I'll play on... well, it'll be Friday, won't it? I'll make that something different. That's going to be Superliminal. That was the final game that I was given for Christmas. This was by someone else, but that's been on the list for me to play for a while. Oh, I have more people to thank, don't I? Thank you very much, Voice of the Hero. I do appreciate the follow. Did I do that right? I did that wrong, didn't I? There we go. That should be right. So yeah, Superliminal is a puzzle game. So I believe it's about solving puzzles from different perspectives, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. I'd have to double check. But that'll probably be Friday's stream. That'll be from 4 o'clock BST. The next stream after that will be Saturday. And that will be more RimWorld. Well, we are getting perilously close to actually finishing that RimWorld game. So we'll have to see how that goes. Stream after that will be next Monday. I don't know how long Superliminal's going to take. I don't know if it's going to be one very long stream like this one was. Longer than I expected. Or if it's going to be... a multi-stream thing. But then after I've done Superliminal, maybe I'll go back to Slay the Princess before I do something else. So for those that don't know, I generally do... well, I say I generally do. I've actually changed how I schedule my gaming over the years I've been streaming. But usually I have... recently, I have a Monday and a Friday game and a Saturday game. And currently, RimWorld's my Saturday game. There are about 20 or so vessels to bring. Ooh. So I could, in theory, go for a completionist. It's not quite a run, because I'd have to do it in multiple playthroughs, wouldn't I? If once you reach 5, that's it. But yeah, I could if I could find a guide which isn't too spoilery, you know, something just to point me in the right direction, I suppose I could try and get all the different endings. Usually it's best to save in key positions. That's a good idea. I didn't do any saving, did I? Yeah, so that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe I should make that the provisional plan then. Maybe the provisional plan should be I do Superliminal next, and then I go back to Slay the Princess after that. And the Pristine Cut will come out soon and add even more. Oh, how soon are we talking? That might actually be a better idea then. Pristine Cut after that Pristine Knife. Because redoing chapter 1 to do decision split in chapter 2 or 3, that could be too repetitive. Oh, yeah. They're working on it. I'm not aware about any dates. Okay. Then I'll still leave that to be confirmed, but that's my current thinking. So yeah. Thank you for joining me, everyone that did. I really do appreciate it. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I will also announce it on our Discord server. So yeah. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else to announce or say. So yep. Next Friday, Superliminal, I'll begin. And at some point I will probably return to Slay the Princess. Good night, everybody.